to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Beeman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski,
Present.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Present. All right, moving on. Now is the time for public participation. During this portion of our meeting, members of the audience will have 1 minute to address the body. And a reminder, you have three minutes at our regular meeting that starts at 7. So you only get 1 minute here at working session. If anyone would like to give public comment now, you're welcome to do so, and you can come up to the podium. Anyone online? Yes, okay.
Yes, Chair, we have, I believe this is Commissioner Joanne McCollum, Road Commissioner.
Okay, great.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Board of Commissioners, for all that you do. And thank you for supporting the Washtenaw County Road Commission. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, we do.
Awesome.
The next person for public comment is Zachariah Farah.
Okay, Zachariah, feel free to state your name and where you're calling in from, and then you have 1 minute during this meeting, 3 minutes at the regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Zachariah Farah. I'm calling in from Ann Arbor. And I am the chair of the Ann Arbor Renters Commission. I'm calling today to urge the commission to do more to support public housing in our county. I'm very thankful that here in Ann Arbor, we have our housing commission, which acts as a public housing authority for our city. Although it does a lot to benefit our community, even with the commission, the housing commission, we all agree that it's not enough. So I'm extremely concerned about communities in Washtenaw that don't have access to these kinds of institutions. And I encourage you to do everything you can to support the expansion of housing authorities that administer these vital programs. I recently found out that some Michigan counties actually have their own housing authorities, like Ingham County, for example. And I think that we all agree that while there are literally thousands of residents in our county that do not have a house to go home to, that don't have a bed to sleep in, that we cannot rest as a community until we do something to ameliorate the situation. I think it's unacceptable, this state of affairs, and I hope you all will recognize the urgency of this moment and turn that into concrete action as swiftly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? That's all? All right. So we don't have commissioner follow-up during this agenda item, but I'll just, while you're still on the line, Zachariah, we are talking about forming a housing authority at the county level and have been for the last 7 months. It was a huge topic of conversation during our goal setting earlier this year. So we're, I'm sure many of us are happy to discuss that further with you. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the report from the county administrator. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why don't we have follow-up to public participation?
That's a good question.
Was that intentionally put in the rules, or is that an oversight on the printed agenda? We can get. an
No,
answer
I'm
later.
not, yeah, let me look into that. I'm not clear.
It could possibly be because this meeting's so short, but
We'll look into that and get.
thanks. Okay, we have a report from the administrator.
No report.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to the next item of the agenda. Do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. For the main event of this meeting, we have the Youth Commission to give an update to the Board of Commissioners. And I believe we have the Executive Director of Neutral Zone with them, Lori Rohde. Is Lori not here yet?
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us here to talk to you about our work over the past year. My name is Bhavani Vijay, and I'm an outgoing commissioner representing District 4. So an overview of what we are as the Youth Commission is we are a youth-led space consisting of 19 members representing all 9 districts. And we have taken different task forces representing different policy topics, such as the Racial Equity Task Force, Gun Violence Prevention, Mental Health, and Getting Out the Vote. And so over the past year, we have done county tours around Ipsy and all the way from Ipsy to Manchester. We've hosted County Government 101 trainings where we've all learned about county government, and we have had diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And that has helped us accomplish all the things that you'll hear in this presentation.
Hello, I'm Liam Moyer. I'm from District 1. I was on the mental health task force. We worked to improve mental health resources for youth in the county. We recognize that while there are an abundance of resources within the county, oftentimes those resources are difficult to access and unclear how you get to them and what you should do. So we focused on developing sort of a graphic and programming in order to direct people to those resources in a destigmatizing way. We worked with CMH and are collaborating with Wish You Knew to produce sort of a final graphic. So our recommendation for this task force in the future is to continue to work on the graphic and bring it to completion.
Hello, my name is Caden Kipnick. I'm the outgoing vice chair of the Washtenaw County Youth Commission. I represent District 3. I'm also the head of the Racial Equity Task Force. And this year, our goal was to engage with youth in Washtenaw County to advance racial equity improvements in schools. This year, our main focus was to create a curriculum in collaboration with the University of Michigan School of Social Work for a training and workshop at my school, Manchester High School, on the CAR method to center, listen, affirm, respond, and add information as a tool for building allies and intervening on conflict. We hope to continue work with conflict management and explore other strategies for racial equity in school districts across Washtenaw County.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tamaris Darby Jr. I'm an outgoing youth commissioner. I was the chair of this past year, and I was on the gun violence task force. Our goal at the end of the day was to decrease gun violence within the Ypsilanti community, specifically the Ipsy youth community. And we were going to do events such as a gun buyback and bringing our community back together. We conducted some research, and ultimately we found that maybe a community gun buyback was not the best way to achieve what we wanted done. And so I hope that the future youth commission, if they decide to take this on, will look to potentially working with My Brother's Keeper and other Ipsy-based organizations, to accomplish what we wanted to be accomplished. Some of the things that we got done, we met with Ellie Savage, our county prosecutor. We met with CVIT, we met with Derek Jackson from the Sheriff's Office and Commissioner Andy Somerville. We explored a gun buyback, as I said, and we ultimately concluded that there is something maybe different that needs to happen. Our recommendations for the future, as I said, to meet with My Brother's Keeper, the anti-violence prevention community leaders to explore preventative practices, and also to consider a youth anti-violence summit or a media-led youth community against violence. And again, I think that's something that is also important for me because I want to see some of the work that I started continue to aim for a winter youth-led action project, anti-violence youth summit, or collect stories and or art from different youth regarding gun violence.
Hi, I'm Zara, and I will be on the Youth Commission this coming year. I'm from District 2. So the task force that I was working on this year was Get Out the Vote. So basically increase youth turnout in this upcoming election and educate them about the importance of voting. So our first action was we met with Jocelyn Benson's office to learn more about their initiative, My Vote Matters campaign. And then we connected with the Washington County League of Women Voters to connect students with voter registration drives in all high schools across Washington County. And then we met with the Detroit Area Youth United Michigan to learn more about lowering the voting age and what has already been done to continue this work. And we want to thank Commissioner Robbie for starting this work in the House to lower the voting age to 16 for school board elections, and some future work that we hope this commission will do and learn more about.
So several of our youth commissioners got involved with different community advocacy efforts. And so Tamara's here is going to talk about one of the efforts, which was speaking at the Superior Township Planning and Trustee meeting.
Yes, so many of you may know in Superior Township, their zoning board was voting whether or not to approve the zoning for an organization called Garrett Space. It's kind of ironic how I found out about it. I found out it through Lori, just staying after a commission meeting and talking about it. And she's like, I know it may be late notice, but are you interested? Absolutely. Because mental health is really a big thing in my life. Actually, my cousin who, she suffered from mental illness, Brene Berry, I'm wearing her shirt today. It was something that was very, very important to me. Another one of our youth commissioners, Ella Kashnaba, she was also there as well. And I think sitting in that room, hearing, what some people had to say, you can definitely tell the privilege that they grew up in, where they didn't have to deal with it. And it was like, wow, you're talking about people who, and I don't really like to say illness because it's not an illness. We're all different. We all have our different challenges and whatnot. But just some of the things that people were saying, like, people who are mentally challenged, they're not animals. They're people just like me and you. When you go to the doctor, to get the help that you need, it's because you need that help, and so Garrett Space is what people who have mental challenges need. It's not a luxury to have anxiety, to have depression, etc. And mental health was viewed as being taboo, but we're now moving into a time where it's no longer taboo because we're now starting to wake up and realize that we need to do something about this. So that's an effort that I had a privilege of being a part of. I went and spoke twice. And so when it passed, I was just over the moon. I was excited about it. And that's what I had to do.
And so the other community advocacy effort that we took was myself and two other commissioners, Ella Kasnabis and Elijah Hatcher Kay. The three of us presented a leadership workshop at the Youth Driven Spaces Conference at Eastern Michigan. And that was surrounded by 30 other youth serving organizations. And we spoke about the importance of advocacy and recognizing the barriers that may come into your work when you're working with organizations such as like capitalism and how that can affect our work, how white supremacy can affect our work. And so we had a great time working with other youth and working with them about how important it is to have very conscious advocacy. All right, and so on the next topic, we wanted to speak to you about how important the Youth Commission is to us. And so as an outgoing youth commissioner, I really benefited from this during my experience on the Get Out the Vote task force with Zara. I got to work with the Michigan Department of State and the Washtenaw County League of Women Voters. And those are special interest groups that I usually wouldn't be able to work with if I didn't have the connections that I did with the Youth Commission. And through this work, I've gotten really interested in civic engagement. And now as I go to the University of Michigan, I'm hoping to stay involved and encourage my peers to also register to vote and vote in every election.
The Youth Commission, it matters a lot to me per se, because I've always been, as what some people in my family would call me, a ball of fire with my passion, for the things I want to see get done. Since I was 6, I said I wanted to be the president. And, so cliche at the time, because I, saw Obama do it, somebody who looked like me. And, here I stand before you 12 years later. I've done a lot of things in my life to help me get there, to live up to that goal. So the Youth Commission matters to me because it helped give me a voice. It helped give me a voice that I wouldn't be able to get otherwise. We get told that our youth, you're the youth of tomorrow. No, we're the youth of today because we are a part of the backbone of this country, just like a lot of people with our resumes put together. And just alone, I'm telling you, we probably have a better built up resume than somebody who's been on this earth longer than us. And I think it says a lot because not a lot of youth have this opportunity. We're always told to wait your turn, wait your turn. No, you know, what if my time is now? You know, and the Youth Commission, it allowed me to have that, you know, so I want to thank Lori for it. You know, I want to thank Amy for it because it's giving me a voice that I wouldn't be able to have otherwise. And as I go out to Howard University in fall, HU, it's really going to help me master the art of, you know, being around other like-minded young individuals like myself, you know, so that we can work together and make an impact and make a change. I'm so glad that the Youth Commission was approved, and I'm just happy to see it flourish and go on. And just thank you guys for this opportunity.
I believe that the Youth Commission matters because coming from a small town like Manchester, it's given me the ability to share my perspective with those who have had different experiences in their lives. And it's also given me the ability to learn and share new ideas with people who may not have experienced them. For example, when we put together this conflict management training at Manchester High School, we did it in a way that was supposed to we were trying to introduce them to it in a less, how do I say it, a more subtle way by calling it conflict management, because a lot of these people have never had experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion training before because of the politics at Manchester schools in general. So it was a really good experience for me to be able to do something that no one else has ever done before. And I'm super proud of it. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without any of you guys. So I thank you.
So now we would like to talk about our recommended commissioners for 2023, 2024. We have 5 returning commissioners and 15 new commissioners. 3 of those new commissioners have joined us today, and I'm now going to give them the opportunity to say a little thing and introduce themselves.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Zachary Mitchum. I'm a rising junior at Washtenaw International High School. I live in Ypsilanti Charter Township in District 5. So shout out to my commissioner, Justin Hodge. And I'm really excited to work with you all this year and accomplish the goals we set for us and live the opportunities that my peer Tamaris was talking about.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Carson Porky from District 3, and I am from Manchester High School, stepping in Caden Kipnick's position next year. I'm a coming senior, and I would just like to say I'm very excited to work with all of you this coming year, and I hope we can achieve great things.
Good evening. My name is Lakshay Ganesh from District 2. I'll be attending Huron High School in the fall as a freshman. And yeah, I'm excited to work with all of you guys and make an impact in our community.
Okay, so now we just wanted to thank everyone for their support of the Washington County Youth Commission, including our county commissioners, Justin Hodge and Crystal Light, and as well as our partners with Corner Health, MSU Extension, 4-H, and the Neutral Zone. So thank you everyone for supporting us so that we can accomplish this great work that you just saw. Oh, and do you guys have any questions?
All right, well. Well, thank you so much. And I believe we probably will have some comments and questions. I'll start. I have a question for the folks that have been involved. How do you think we can make the Youth Commission better?
So I think that's something I've sort of been thinking about a lot now. I'm going into my 5th and final year on the commission. And really, I just want this organization to be the most effective and most helpful that it can be. So we're working a lot on our side about our sort of strategy and how exactly we're going to make our advocacy and recommendations effective. So we're hoping that we're going to bring some more direct resolutions and recommendations that we've voted on to you guys this year. And we would really appreciate if you guys could do your best to commit to some action on those resolutions. It would really mean a lot and it would really be helpful. And we'll do our best to make sure we bring those recommendations to you.
That's great. Anyone? All right, Commissioner Light.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you for the work that you do and for the new commissioners coming in. You got your hands full because this the Youth Commission does some great things, and I'm looking forward to see what else you have. And thank you and appreciate you for coming tonight.
All right, I see that Commissioner Labar, then Hodge.
Thanks, Chair. I also want to say thank you for the presentation tonight. I'm always impressed with the Youth Commission in terms of the poise you show and the experience you bring. Two questions that I have and have asked past iterations of the commission are, one, candidly, how do we continue this work in a way where it is applicable to all your peers? I think it's important work, but candidly, several decades ago, I was a teenager and I was not always as engaged in civic endeavors as I should have been. And two, related to this, I'm just curious to get any sense of how tangible policy is in the lives of teens these days. You know, the world is more connected than it's been, but I don't know your experiences. Does that resonate with you and your peers, or do you find yourselves sort of in a smaller group among your age cohort where these things are as important? Don't necessarily have to answer that now, but I'm curious about that because I think the experience you have is really good, and I think this work is important. I just want to make sure we're continuing to do it in a way, you know, that matters and that connects with teens and youth generally. So, thanks, Chair.
To answer that question, there are definitely a lot of youth, not only in Washtenaw County, but around the country, who are becoming more and more civically engaged. They just don't necessarily maybe have all of the tools that they need to get engaged. And so I would definitely say a way to continue this work and to make sure that it's tangible for the future is to continue to work in ways that connect with the youth. That's why when we talk about having summits, doing things with social media is a big platform for youth engagement, you know, so platforms such as those are how we reach out to youth and how we keep them connected. Because I would definitely say you know, some of my friends are civically engaged, but then some of them are also not. And it's not because they don't want to be, it's because they don't know how to be, or they don't see any point in it being civically engaged because I just have this one voice, or, you know, what I see happening in the world, I don't agree with it. How do I change that? How do I impact that? And that really starts with us, with the commission. So I definitely do think that policies can happen. You know, we just have to work together in a way where we have enough youth input so that they can be tangible and stay tangible.
I have one more thing I'd like to add to that. In my town, there are a lot of people who would like to be civically engaged, but they don't really know a good place to start. And I feel like the Youth Commission has sort of given people that, especially where I come from. Like I said earlier, people really don't know where to start. And I've done some things with other task forces where I've pushed out to some of people I knew in my town, hey, would you like to work on this with the youth in tandem with Youth Commission? Maybe we can encourage younger people to vote more. That's one way that we've worked with people across my community and the county as a whole to get youth more involved and more engaged in civics.
That's wonderful. Oh, go
Sorry.
right ahead.
I just wanted to add on Kenan's point because it is about specifically the voting task force. We went into as many schools in Washtenaw County as we had students in. So Caden mentioned that he spoke with his peers and found people that were interested in civic engagement and voter engagement. And they sent them to me and Zara, who were working on the voter task force. So in a way, all of us have some connections that we are able to find people that are interested in voter engagement, gun violence, mental health, all of those things. and have brought them back and gotten them involved into our work. And additionally, we've gone into all of these schools and held, like alongside the Washtenaw County League of Women Voters, they've held a lot of voter registration drives. And that has, like, if you want to say involuntarily, brought them into voter engagement and taught them that there is like something that you can do to get involved in policy. And like, it's just as simple as registering to vote and going to the polls. And I think that's one way that we've been able to like reach many students, even if they're not entirely like interested in policy, they know that there's a way that they can do it. And here's the resources. And we've done it at most schools in Washtenaw County. So it is pretty tangible, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the youth commissioners for your work and to the adult staff teammates that they do a lot of work to make the youth commission very successful. Congratulations to everybody that's graduating. I was the commissioner on the youth commission last term. So it's really great to see the progress you all made on the different task force. And, you know, sometimes you have to go back to the drawing board on some of those. Commissioner Somerville and I talked a lot about the gun buyback program, and we heard that wasn't the best way to go, but I hope you all continue with those, and then we'll figure out the most appropriate way to move forward on that. And like it was mentioned before, this is really good practice for all the work that you're interested in doing in the future. So I'm glad that you've taken time out of your lives to be part of the work here in Washtenaw County. To add to what can we do to get you all better integrated or make the youth commission more effective, Bryce and I have talked about trying to make some changes to the website around the youth commission's page. Right now, there's not a lot of like internal county, Washtenaw County content related to the youth commission, and we hear from county departments that are looking for youth voice. So I think if we can do some work to connect that better, it'd be easier for you all to be a resource to the members of our team here. So that is something that we're working on. Thank you all again.
All right, Commissioner Robbie, then Beeman, then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. To all of our youth commissioners, thank you for the great work that you do. It's really good to see you all here and to hear what you have to say. You've clearly invested yourselves into this community, and that is much appreciated. Thank you for the shout out, and definitely very important legislation. And when I started that work in 2018, the initial bill that we introduced with Senator Kniezek, actually, so I was the House sponsor, Senator Kniezek sponsored on the Senate side, and that was actually to expand voting for all state and municipal elections in Michigan. And as a result of working with some youth, actually across the state, we refined the bill to make it what it was in the most recent introduction, which is just for school board elections. But, you know, it would have been really great if at the time when we first initially started it, we had a youth commission to be able to bring some of these ideas and work with as, you know, a legislator to refine that legislation and make it work for what you all were seeing was, you know, the best possible outcome. So I think it's, you know, it's something that is being tried, and it definitely initiated a conversation. The media was very interested in having conversations about that bill. So the work that you all have done in elevating that legislation and continue to do now that there's a new legislature, maybe there's new ways that we can format it to make it better, to make it more expansive. Maybe we can go back to what we originally introduced and maybe see if that, you know, goes anywhere. But there's so much potential that you all have, and with this new group that you're proposing, that and the people that are leaving, make sure you bring that knowledge and continue it on of what we need to be doing and looking at the state level. So keep up the good work. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank all of you youth commissioners for everything that you've done, especially seeing what you've put into place and entering spaces that can be difficult, as you mentioned, to bring in new ideas, and doing it in such an eloquent way and a productive way is absolutely amazing. So that would be my wish, is that you would take this and continue on and stay engaged civically where you all land in your different journeys as you graduate high school and take those next steps. And so that would be my question, is how many of you are planning to still stay engaged in some level with local government?
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be really brief. I am the parent of a 16-year-old, and I know really well you guys have a lot of demands on your time and a lot of pressure. You're being pulled in so many different directions. And so I want to applaud you for taking the time to do this, because even the downtime that you give up to do this work, do you still meet on Sundays? Like Sunday, like you just want Sunday before you go back to school, and you guys come together and you meet together and do that work. Like when you could just be like at home, like take, as my kid would say, low key taking a nap. I don't know even what that means, but taking a nap and preparing yourself for the pressures of the week ahead. But you get together on Sunday afternoons to think about how to make our whole community, not just your community, our whole community, not just the youth community. What you're doing impacts everybody. And I just want to applaud you for doing that work. I am known to cry at this meeting because I just can't get over how much I admire that work that you're doing. And I just want you to know, I understand as a parent of somebody who's your age, how much pressure you have on you, and for you to give this time to your community and to the world. I just can't applaud you enough and say enough great things. And if you ever feel like you need help in the future or somebody to go to too, I know you've got great people at the neutral zone. You have fantastic commissioners you worked with, but you can always shoot me an email and I'll do what I can to help you too. Thanks.
Real quick. Really quick on that note, our relationship with the commissioners is really important to us. And so next year we would really like there to be like a meet and greet of some sort where our youth commissioners can meet their actual commissioners. And so I just wanted to let you know so that you could like have that in mind, that you may get information about that in the coming months about our youth commissioners meeting you all. And on top of that, while we're working on our task force, we often like to shoot emails to different commissioners that might be involved in those policy issues. And like, we've had great conversations with many of you, so that's amazing. But we just wanted to let you know that there will be many more, and even just individual like conversations that like outside of the youth commission, we might shoot you an email and talk about some of the things that are important to us.
That is amazing. Oh, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I as well want to thank you for your commitment to serving on the Youth Commission. I'm the parent of a 15-year-old, 17-year-old, and a 24-year-old. And yeah, I know. Very much appreciate your commitment to doing this and being engaged. It is not an easy thing to do. I was particularly interested when you mentioned your work with gun violence and behavioral health. So I represent Dexter and Chelsea in District 1. And, you know, Chelsea has had, unfortunately, a history of suicide and behavioral health issues. And I would be particularly interested in talking with you in the future about your views on that and what your experiences are and what your perceptions of access to behavioral health services are. My decades out of high school are even longer than Commissioner Labar's, so I'm not very well connected to outside of my kids what that environment is like. But I know it's drastically different than it was in the 1980s. And I look forward to a conversation on that topic with those of you who are returning. And again, want to thank you for your involvement. Again, we know it's not an easy thing to do to deal with these issues, these very large issues. And for those of you who aren't returning and moving on, I wish you the best as you go forward on your adventures as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right. Well, I think that's all of the question and commentary that the board has. We look forward to getting together for a meet and greet whenever the time is available. So thank you so much for taking your Wednesday evening to come give a presentation to us. And after we conclude our meeting, I would love to get a picture of the Board of Commissioners with the Youth Commission. So hang tight. We'll be done in a second. All right. Do we have any items for current or future discussion? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to revisit the fact that we don't have follow-up to citizen participation. I think we can amend our board rules. I think it's something that we should look at doing if the chairs and leadership are amenable. But putting it out into the universe, something I'd like to see.
Thank you for putting that out in the universe. Happy to have a conversation after this meeting.
I'm just saying we can do that.
Yeah, I guess some hesitation just because usually, like, you know me, I like to pack in 3 presentations in one meeting. But I'm happy to talk about it further.
Okay.
I'm just a little worried about what that would do.
I mean, I guess this maybe opens up a broader can of worms for me because, you know, I don't fully understand why we limit our time the way that we do at these meetings. And I understand that we have both of our meetings in one night now, whereas we used to have them in 2 nights. You know, that certainly allowed for more flexibility and discussion. And so I don't want us to limit our ability to engage with the public in any setting. Thanks. We can talk later though.
Yeah, and I definitely, you know, understand and feel like that's valid, and I agree that we shouldn't limit public participation in our meetings. Sorry, Commissioner Hodge.
Waiting to be recognized, Madam Chair. Thank you. Commissioner Robbie's point about how we have all of our meetings in one day now. Even when we had Ways and Means on the same night as the Board of Commissioners meeting, and we had working session on that the following day, being Thursday, the challenge that we had was that if you would go on our website or look at any of the publicly posted information, it would say Ways and Means started at, what was it, like 5:45 or 6:45, and then the Board of Commissioners meeting was set to start 15 minutes after that. So it was always wrong. And that created challenges for public engagement. And then people would come to a meeting and try to give public comment that wasn't relevant for the items on the agenda. So the time focused nature of it is to make sure people know which meeting has a correct start time so they can attend.
Thank you for that context. And Commissioner Beaman.
I'm just gonna put this out there. And I don't know our legalities versus townships, but I attend many of our township meetings, and they specifically say that the comment has to relate to something on the agenda. So just something we could put out there and think about. But that the topics have to relate to something on the agenda for the evening.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I'm happy. Maybe we could have a working session about revamping our working session. All right. Well, seeing no other business before the board, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right. All those in favor? All right.
August 2nd, Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Our clock up there seems to be wrong. We're gonna have to do something about that. We're gonna get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Bryce, can you get us started with roll call?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski,
Present.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Everybody's here. Fantastic. We do have one proclamation that we're going to be giving out today, or it's a resolution honoring someone. I don't believe they or their family are in the room yet. Normally, we like to do this at the beginning so they don't have to stay. Oh, they are. Oh, is everyone here? We're waiting for everybody. So we're going to go ahead and do public comment first. So unfortunately, you will have to, or fortunately, depending on what if you like this kind of thing, you can be here for public comment. So we're gonna go ahead and start with public comment. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. You'll come to the podium, you'll state your name and where you live. We have a nice color-coded system right there that goes from green to yellow to red. When it turns yellow, you have 1 minute left. When it turns red, you got to stop. If you continue beyond that, I have to stop you, and I don't want to have to do that. If you're joining us via Zoom, you can hit the raise your hand icon for me to be able to call on you. And you have, again, same rules apply, state your name and where you are calling in from. If you're joining us on Zoom by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand, and then I'll call on you and you'll hit *6 to unmute yourself. Please remember to state your name and where you live. Otherwise, I will ask you to do that at the end, and that gets a little awkward. So let's go ahead and get started. Anybody in the room want to give public comment?
Good evening. My name is Doug Winters, live in the Ypsilanti. I was here at your meeting July 12th to talk specifically about the murder of my friend, Mark Simpson, murdered by Billy Cole, who co-founded the Supreme Felons with Ellen Fuqua, a convicted child rapist. During that meeting, I inquired as to of all the nonprofits that were worthy of $1.2 million if your mission was truly to interrupt violence, how an organization that was formed in 2020 during COVID, no track record, could be awarded $1.2 million. I couldn't get to that part of the presentation, but afterwards, I did hear some of the comments from people, Commissioners Andy Somerville, Commissioners Caroline Sanders, neither one of whom know me, know my history. Their comments of racial bias, being racist, were totally unfounded, were character assassination, and they should be embarrassed. This body should be embarrassed to have those comments entertained during a meeting. I never attacked anybody, never even talked about the race of the victim or anybody involved here. But the question still remains, how did they get $1.2 million from an organization that your own county administrator, I know him very well, indicated that they had not done what they said they did in their application. There were red flags. They were vetted, but still determined to be okay to go for the $1.2 million. And by the way, you should read your own contract. It's not for 3 years. The contract is for 2 years. It starts on January 1, 2023 and terminates on December 31st, 2024. That contract is for $1.2 million, $600,000 per year, not $300,000. So you may be entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And again, I would implore upon you to revisit that award of $1.2 million. I realize some of you like to do photo ops, like to be hanging out with the Supreme Felons, like to have on the t-shirts and be shown on social media. We have a crisis in this community. This community is on fire. We've had 14 murders. Downtown Ann Arbor is quite frankly off the hook. And it's not coming from me, it's coming from the chief of police as to what's going on in downtown Ann Arbor. And if the Supreme Felons is your answer to the street crime that is going on in Washtenaw County, why are they not in the city of Ann Arbor? Is that not a good idea? Why are they not being used in Pittsfield Township? Why are they not used in other parts of the county? Why did you pick two zip codes, 48197, 48198?
Time's up, so have you finished that sentence? And
My point is right now, you singled out the two zip codes in this county in the lowest opportunity index, and that's where you think they should be.
thank you. Your
So
time
long.
is up. Thank you. I forget to remind people sometimes we can't immediately respond. I don't want people to think we're being rude by not responding, but we have a section on the agenda where we respond to public participation. So we will have to listen to everyone and then we can respond after that. Just a good reminder for people that aren't used to some of these kind of public meetings. Whoever's next, please come on down. State your name and where you live.
Be respectful here. Good evening. My name is Shannon McFall. I reside in Pittsfield Township. I was born and raised in Ann Arbor, so I know a little bit about this town, this block, this corner. I'm here to support Doug Winters tonight. I'm actually just an associate of Doug's. I'm not a friend because I consider friends people that I go out to eat with, people that come over to my house. I go over to their house. We go to ball games. Doug's just an associate. We've had many conversations about things happening around this county. And one of the things that's come up, obviously, has been the Supreme Felons. Understanding that Doug's law school classmate was murdered by I believe he holds the president position of the Supreme Felons. None of that really matters to me right now. I don't care about 1.2 million. I don't care about crime prevention. I don't care about any of that stuff right now. I'm here to support him because he was called a bigot. And I know that they said the term, they said racial, instead it had a racial tone to what he's doing. Doug's well off. He's an attorney and he does pretty well for himself. But I don't believe he has the power to be a racist. So he would have to be a bigot. And he was called that by Caroline Sanders. And I have to call BS on that because I've talked to Doug numerous times. And as somebody that grew up in Ann Arbor, I can spot a bigot way quicker than someone who just talks about something that was done to a classmate of theirs, some 45 years ago, I guess. That was a dangerous precedent that was set because even after all of that time, he still hurts. Simpson family still hurts. The community still hurts from that crime. The fact that Billy Cole walks the streets today, right now, that makes no difference to me. What made a difference was the fact that he could be called a racist because he's where he's at mentally, physically, and spiritually. Second person, obviously, that I'm going to call into question is Annie Somerville because she looks at Billy Cole as a friend. Once again, I believe friends are people that hang out, go to each other's houses, deal with each other's families. And I'm pretty sure that Annie Somerville didn't know Billy Cole before 2019. And if she did, that means she was visiting him while he was incarcerated, which I don't think happened. She makes political moves with Billy. She makes civic moves with Billy, activist moves with Billy, but she's not Billy's friend. And she works for one of the benefactors that have helped out the South Side and helped out Supreme Felons and things like that. But to call him her friend, that's gaslighting just as much as it was for Commissioner Sanders. You guys have cornered the market with your dream team in and all that other stuff. But at this point, we've got to break it down to where we really are. Someone was murdered, someone is hurt, and they want to vent. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room would like to give public comment?
Hi, I'm Monica Prince and I live in the city or the township of Ypsilanti and I work in the city of Ypsilanti at the Ypsilanti Senior Center. And I've been there for over 17 years. So I've seen a lot of changes with seniors. I'm also a member of the Say Yes to Seniors Coalition and have been for at least 5 years. And we're still trying to get a millage on the ballot. for specifically senior services. And once again, it appears to me that it's been kicked down the road for another year. Every year we're told, well, maybe next year, and it never happens. I do want to thank the commissioners for expanding the Commission on Aging to include 2 members that are going to be our experts in the field, because I think that's something that's really needed in the area. I also was very pleased to be invited to a meeting with Mr. Gill to discuss senior services in the county. But I soon became very discouraged to find out that Mr. Gill would only be there for 45 minutes of the 2-hour meeting that he scheduled. To me, that appeared that aging sector is not a priority in the county. At this point, the aging population is growing larger every year, and the needs are increasing. People are raising their grandchildren on their Social Security and not able to even get them school clothes. I worked with a group last year that was able to give me a grant to help out. And there are some families that are raising 6, 7 grandchildren, and they don't have, all they have is their Social Security to try and raise those kids. But the needs are increasing. All the prices are going up, yet right now all our funding is shrinking. Allison Foreman may be online and she could tell you more about it, but the federal government just came out saying that they're probably going to cut the funding for senior services. I don't get much funding for senior services, but I do get a little bit from.
So your time is up. I'm gonna let you finish that sentence though. Go ahead and finish the sentence.
Well, I do get a little bit of money from the county, which I've been told is being cut. And I also get a little bit from the city. And that is every year juggled.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? Seeing nobody. Ashley, who do we have online?
Yes, Chair. The first folks we have on the.
I think, are you approaching the podium? Public comment? Please state your name and where you live.
I didn't know if the family was, I think the family's here now.
We're in the middle of public comment. The family will enjoy the rest of public comment.
All right, thank you. My name is Brenda Stembo and I live in Ypsilanti Township. And Mr. Winters was here last week because it was a birthday of someone who was murdered. August 4th is the birthday of my sister who was murdered. So I think there's a lot of triggers with victims that sometimes people don't see. And just because you oppose giving supreme felons $1.2 million doesn't mean it's racial. It often means it's personal. The person who killed my sister was white. She was a woman. Very unusual for that to happen, but it happened. So I think when people speak, we should have a little more sympathy and empathy for people. And I just want you to know that residents are coming to board meetings, residents at Neighborhood Watch. They are very concerned about the crime and the violence in our county, really. It's not just Ypsi City and Ypsi Township. And they want more accountability. They want people to be held accountable for arrests. And I know we don't arrest and I know we don't prosecute, but I'm just telling you what the residents are saying. I disagree with Sheriff Clayton. We need more police officers. That's the first, I read it in an article. I'm not sure if it was accurate. If it is, I disagree. I think the deputies in Ypsilanti Township would disagree with that. The education, health, and economic disparity in our county is startling. We're the 8th most economically segregated county in the United States of America. We need to change that. And I know we all want to, but we have to have a strategy to do that. Finally, I just want to say on behalf of all victims in our county, you're not forgotten. And I would hope, and I hope that you guys start remembering the victims as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? Please state your name and where you live.
Lee Tucson, City of Ypsilanti. I'm here tonight to hopefully convince you. We're gonna do it like since we don't have a jury and we don't do it, don't have a bench. So we're gonna let you all decide whether or not Doug Winters is the racist. Been knowing Doug Winters since 1972. And we walk side by side in a lot of issues. And a lot of those issues was dealing with Black folks. Racists don't do that. Racists do not do that at all. Racists do not come to the aid of Black folks that cannot afford an attorney, whether it be civil or criminal. Doug Winters does that and still doing that. Racists don't do that at all. Racists do not come to the aid of Black church that want to be ousted by the city, the mayor. At that time, it was Sheriff Farmer. She didn't want the Black church there. She'd rather have the bars and the strip club. But Doug Winters and I, we came to the aid of that Black church, and that Black church remained. Racists don't do that. City council person, God rest her soul, Trudy Swanson. She supposedly made an inappropriate comment to a police officer. And the city officials wanted her seat to be taken from her. Doug Winters says, Lee, we can't let that happen. Doug Winters went to Detroit, and we got 3 Black lawyers to come and defend Trudy Swanson. And guess what, y'all? Racists don't do this. He paid those lawyers out of his own pocket. Racists don't do that. Racists do not stand with Lee Tucson here in Ann Arbor when the Ku Klux Klan was downtown. Racists don't do that. But Doug Winters and I stood neck to neck and opposed those Klansmen being downtown Ann Arbor. And the question comes now, if some of you all of my age or close to my age, where were you? Racists don't do those kind of things. Black cops in the city of Ypsilanti was having problems. And we had a Black chief at that time.
Sorry, your time is up unless you finish that sentence, though. Go ahead and finish the sentence.
Well, you know what, brother? I'm gonna come back, see, cause I'm gonna finish it like this. When y'all running y'all campaigns, y'all will take up my time for 30 minutes. Y'all will talk to me for 30, 40 minutes. But when it comes down to this session here, you don't want to hear me, so you give me 3.
We have board rules
Okay,
we gotta follow. You know, it's
Case closed, I'll be back.
okay. I see you next meeting. Okay. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment?
My name is Joe Kraut. I live Ypsilanti Township. I'm here to appeal for civility. There seems to be a lot of animosity and hate within our community. I'm also the former pastor of the New Covenant Church. I'm pastor emeritus now. I'm president of the Peace Initiative. And some of the commissioners, you know about our efforts to help make our community a better place for our children and for seniors. I hope and pray that we value our greatest assets. That's the future generation and the generation that's now getting ready to leave. It's really a shame that our seniors have to live in fear, have to feel in fear in their own homes because of criminals and criminal activity perpetrating our communities. It just seems that those of us who live in a relative safe environment should do something to help those who are most vulnerable. And as for Mr. Doug Winters, the time that I've known him, I have not seen racism in him. He has not shown that to me. And that will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to give public comment in the room? Please state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Tess Routster. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. I was born and raised there. Currently, I'm working with an emergent coalition of grassroots organizations addressing homelessness. And as a part of setting up to do that work, I spoke with about 50 homeless community members and people experiencing housing insecurity to understand their concerns and their lived experiences. And I just would like to share that many of them voiced an interest in greater community presence. And these extremely vulnerable members of our community did not express an interest in increased policing. Many of them did express interest in community-based violence prevention efforts, such as some that have been mentioned today, but also care-based safety being one of them that is new to this county. So many voices have been heard this evening in favor of additional police presence, but I do not think that that represents many people's opinions in the county who are not present at this meeting tonight, including some people that do not have homes that are our friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else in the room like to give public comment?
Hello, I don't live in Washtenaw, but I work.
State your name and where you live, though.
Okay, my name is Latice Jones. I live in Canton, Michigan. However, I work and own a business in Ann Arbor. I'm coming today because the location where I work at, I'm trying to get help because I've reported things of discrimination, things that I've seen in the community, and I've gone to HR. I've done different things, and every time I go to work, things get worse with management, and I'm seeking help. That's why I'm here today. As I was driving here, because I just found out about this board meeting, because I spoke to someone from Racial Equity, Washtenaw Racial Equity Board Committee, and they told me you all were having a board meeting. I was getting very nervous because where I work is right around the corner. So it was very triggering to me. I'm due to work there again this Friday, and I'm in fear of workplace violence, and management and HR are not taking my concerns and my reporting seriously. So that's why I'm here today, to try to find some type of help so that I can work in a non-toxic environment and where all guests, all visitors, and all employees feel safe in a workplace that's not hostile, in a workplace that's nonviolent, and in a workplace where we're not being interfered with sexual harassment. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know if those terminologies are correct, but that's what I feel the belief is for me, how we treat the homeless, things of that nature. So I'm here today seeking that help and information because I'm desperate. I'm in fear to go to work. Thank you so much.
Would you be able to share where you work, or we could talk after or during the break?
I wasn't going to share because I didn't want retaliation.
I could talk to you later.
It's Residence in Ann Arbor downtown.
Talk to our friends right there. There we go. Excellent. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment?
My name is Norbert Glover, and I live at 4151 Persimmons.
Okay.
Ypsilanti Township. I'm here on behalf of Doug Winters. I heard these comments about he's a racist. I think we all need to kind of check ourselves about those kind of comments. I've been knowing him all my life. He's not liked in his own community because he took up for certain people that didn't look like him. And for someone to make those kind of comments about him, I just think it's not a good comment to make. He's not a racist. He does a fine job in our community. We love him dearly. And he's always been there for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else in the room like to give public comment? Seeing none. Ashley, do we have anybody online that would like to give public comment?
Yes, Chair, we do. First, we have Monica Ross Williams.
Monica, please state your name and where you live.
Okay, first, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Monica Ross Williams, 2150 Chevrolet Street, in Ypsilanti Township. Groupthink is described as a process of flawed decision-making that occurs as a result of strong pressures among the group members to reach an agreement. Gutman, Snyder, and Colts 2017. Groupthink influences the group members to come to an agreement regardless of whether everyone agrees. This happens because of pressures within the group. Within these groups, a social norm is established. When someone tries to sway from the norm, they are usually met with intense pressure to return to the norm as to not disrupt the comfort of the group, even if that person disagrees. Groupthink is a group's desire for internal harmony that supersedes critical reasoning. Case examples are voting in pay increases for elected officials and non-elected officials, while a majority of the elected officials on the body who voted for the pay increases have full-time jobs. Voting in pay increases while the average cost of rent in the community has increased, in many cases up to 300%. Voting in pay increases for self, while families, seniors, and also individuals are receiving rent increases with no pools of funding assistance, which could have been formed with federal ARPA money received, but instead was given to one concept to help the group voting in the pay increases win their next election. The definition of greed can be as follows. Greed is a strong and selfish desire to have more of something, most often money and power. Or as stated in the biblical text, for what purpose does a man profit to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? Mark 8:36. Equally in my time left, it was stated at a previous meeting that a citizen of this county was racist due to strongly defending a friend that was murdered with their hands tied behind their back, being shot in the head twice over, both of whom are Caucasian. Racism can be defined as using prejudice to belittle people based on their physical appearances and refer to them in cliques or stereotypes, which leads me to a place formerly called the Village in historical Run. The following quote was taken from a piece, The Motor City at War, Mobilization, Wartime, and Reshaping the Metropolitan Detroit by Ryan Reff. It's a quote. Yet, although African Americans easily endured the worst discrimination at the hands of the federal and state policies, Ford officials view white Southerners with nearly equal levels of disdain. Why are there only 45 states? Went one popular joke at the time. Because Kentucky and Tennessee are in Michigan, and Michigan has gone to hell. Josephine Gutman, the Run director of women's workers, held numerous prejudices towards Southern workers. She describes as her impatience with their stupidity and disgust for their religion. The person that's members of this body called racist grew up in wartime housing known as the Village. It's the same place my mother's family lived during the migration from Alabama. When greed, ego, and groupthink supersedes real history, ignorance runs amok.
Thank you. Ashley, do we have anybody else online that would like to give public comment?
We do, Chair. Next, we have YMOW, which I believe to be Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels.
YMOW, please state your name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Allison Foreman. I live in Ypsilanti Township, but work in the city of Ypsilanti. I'm the CEO at Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And I came to also to give public comment, much like Monica Prince did as well. I want to say a thank you for to the commissioners for allowing us the time to meet with Administrator Dill, and for you, Chair Hodge, and Annie Somerville, for giving us your time to listen to our concerns for the needs of older adults. We're very appreciative of that, but we do know time is of the essence. We know older adults are aging into our system quicker than any other age bracket, and very, very soon, before 2030, older adults will outnumber those who are in our youngest population. If we do not find a solution now and start going towards that solution now in 2023, 2024, by 2030, we will be in a very bad situation for supporting our older adults. I'm very pleased to hear that the Council on Aging is adding some critical members that have expertise in the aging sector. So I'm very grateful to see that on your roster for later this evening. And I just want to say, I am very appreciative of all the work you're doing. It is getting harder and harder for us to manage our budgets. And we were just told today through advocacy channels, through Meals on Wheels America, that based on some of the funding cuts on both the House and Senate, there is likely going to be an $8 million cut to OAA funding for the coming year, with based in inflationary rates, could mean up to $40 million in less funding coming to older adult agencies. And as we come out of COVID and pandemic era requirements where we were able to work 3 days a week, we now have to go back to 5 and 6 days a week. Our costs are rising quicker than we can keep up with fewer and fewer dollars coming in. So I just urge you to take that into consideration in the coming year, and hope that you will say yes to seniors and consider a millage to the community to let them choose if they would like to say yes to seniors and support a millage. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, do we have anybody else online that would like to give?
Yes, the last hand up is Harvey Summers.
Harvey Summers, please state your name and where you live.
Harvey, I think you're still muted.
Still muted there, Harvey.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Just a second. The Washtenaw County website has a section on the Criminal Justice Collaborative Council. It describes the purpose as to maximize efficiency, effectiveness, fairness, and cooperative efforts of criminal justice agencies by developing plans, programs, and positions on concerns which have multidisciplinary criminal justice system application, have a positive impact on crime, are innovative, or are intergovernmental in scope. All of that sounds like a really good purpose. So my question is, we're in August. This is a year where the CJCC has been reconstituted. More than half the year is gone. I wonder when the CJCC will become active. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Ashley, do we have anybody else online that'd like to give public comment?
We do, Chair. Amanda Carlisle.
Amanda Carlisle, please state your name and where you live.
Good evening. This is Amanda Carlisle calling from Ann Arbor. I am calling in because I'm concerned about the county's direction on homeless services and the lack of provider and expert input into decisions being made that affect the homeless system of care and, most importantly, the people we serve. On the agenda for tonight's meeting, there is a resolution to reallocate eviction prevention funding for next year's FY24 budget for the current year. As I read this resolution, it states these funds will be spent on the families staying in hotels right now. This is not an eviction prevention program. This is continuing to fund a winter emergency shelter program. These are two separate and distinct parts of the homeless system of care. I don't expect elected officials to get this nuance, but anyone within the homeless system of care knows this distinction. We actually do have a great need for eviction prevention funding. Currently, there are 0 funds available to stabilize people in their housing right now, which is eviction prevention, and this is a real need to keep our inflow into homelessness down. Eviction prevention funding should not be diverted to continue to shelter the families in hotels. Also, I noted in the county's resolution memo about this funding that it states, quote, since June 2023, a working group convened by the county administrator of executive leadership team members and OCED leadership have met regularly to develop and operationalize a framework to support the families sheltered at hotels, unquote. I want to point out that no experts on family homelessness within Washtenaw County's homeless system of care were consulted or part of this working group. It is disappointing considering we have an ending family homelessness leadership team within the Washtenaw County continuum of care, which WHA facilitates, the Washtenaw Housing Alliance facilitates, and OCED is part of, as well as all of our family service providers who have expertise that isn't being leveraged. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, do we have anybody else on? Okay, last call for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment. Seeing no additional hands, we will move into commissioner follow-up to public participation. Commissioners, anybody want to respond? Okay, no hands, none, no. You wanted to, well, you're not a commissioner, Greg, but Administrator Dill would love to, go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
I'd just like to say thank you to the people who came to comment to us on advocating for the homeless, unhoused community and talking about that item on our agenda tonight. I appreciate the feedback and advocacy that you've done, and hopefully we'll be able to have a discussion at the board table to greater understand why this is eviction prevention and go from there. But thanks very much for your continued involvement in helping our community grow.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
I would just like to make a comment of those that came to support Mr. Winters and Mr. Winters. The board, I can say that we do not make intentions to call anyone a racist or to say that they're racist, but individuals are entitled, just as you, to express how things are perceived to them. And I heard, that friendships, how is someone a friendship? A friendship is a state of mutual trust and support between individuals. So we cannot judge how a friendship is developed or what it is by a time frame. I think we all need to come to the table to have some discussions about processes of ARPA funds and who they were allocated to, because there was a process. There was no one organization or individual group that received a different process on receiving those funds. Ypsilanti Township did not provide a process for other individual organizations or groups to have the opportunity to apply for ARPA funds. And, no one brought that forth. And so let's just all come to the table and we could talk about a process. We can express why we feel the issues lie with racism, and there was no attacks to be made against victims or those that have received ARPA funds for organizations. But I do know that my colleagues do not intentionally come for or try to attack or destroy anyone's character. So I just would like to have conversations, and that could be me personally, to discuss some of the things that were brought forth so we can get a better understanding and express what it is and how we feel. But this board, I stand with them, even though ARPA funds were dispersed before I was here. The right decisions were made and the right processes were made. And that was one of the reasons that I wanted to be part of the Board of Commission, because there were some great decisions and processes that were going on for this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. Any other commissioners want to give response to public comment here? That's it. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead, Scott.
Thanks, Chair. Just on a few things. In terms of the senior services question, we had a good presentation back at our working session, I want to say April, from the Senior Commission. And one of the issues that came up then was a look at the various human services the county provides that would be used by seniors, among others. And further information in terms of how we would balance those services if additional funding were brought to the table via a senior services millage. I voted for, as I believe everybody at the table did, a resolution last year in terms of the senior commission that mentioned in one of the resolve clauses support for a millage in the 0.25 to 0.5 range. I don't think that's off the table, but I do think for our own sake and for the organization and the community, we are not yet ready to put that question on the ballot. And, you know, I can only speak for myself, feel like we've done everything we can do to successfully advocate for it. Because one of the questions that will come back to us is, what about all the other services that we need in this community, be they homelessness services, mental health or public health services, other things, having that answer in hand in terms of how senior services would be directly impacted and what funding might be able to be reallocated to others if we have a dedicated stream, that's an important question. So I don't think it's an issue in my mind of if, but rather when and what does it look like. And then just finally, I'd speak briefly on the Supreme Felons items that have been discussed tonight, and without getting too personal, one of the things that previous boards, both the board that was seated for 2019 and 2020 and the board after it for 21 and 22, that they affirmed both explicitly through resolutions and through implied actions, was a desire to try new things in terms of engaging with the community via nonprofits. One of the consistent criticisms we heard of the old coordinated funding system was that it was too insular, in that if you were at the table, you got funding, and if you weren't, it was if not impossible, it was very hard to get in to the funding stream. Supreme Felons was absolutely in response to the conditions on the ground and the conditions that exist in the community, and a desire to use a new entity with new connections to the community to affect change. I think that gets glossed over when we discuss some of the particulars of the individuals involved. And I don't want that to get lost in the discussion. I will simply limit my comments on Commissioners Somerville and Sanders to say I would attest to anyone in any time or setting to their character and candidly to their acumen and the service they provide to this community, and consider myself fortunate to have the honor of serving with them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. On the senior commission and the senior millage comments, I just wanted to briefly mention that I did have a wonderful meeting with Phyllis Herzog the other day at her home. We had a wonderful discussion with her and her husband, and spoke about some of the ideas that I had for the senior millage. The issue that you brought up about the administrator, I actually don't know if the person that testified is still here. I can't see you. Oh, hi, there you are. The comments that were made about Administrator Dill did come up in the meeting with Phyllis as well. And I have had conversations with the administrator. I know he had a busy day that day. And so, of course, you know, we all have very busy schedules, and he especially, but I know he's committed to having a follow-up meeting with the group to have a more deep discussion about the millage and about the services that are being discussed. So I just wanted to make sure to say that, since he was mentioned. I know he has every intention to follow through with that. So
Go ahead and get in there, Administrator Dill. I know you wanted to get in. Give you some,
So,
some
thank-
stuff about it being not administrator response, but you can always.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Robbie, for your comments. On the day in question, the senior summit that we had put together, I do apologize for my schedule that day. I was triple booked on that day, but that summit, I believe, was well represented by members of the executive team in Washtenaw County and the chair of the board. So we have taken that information back, and I am more than willing to continue that discussion and to continue to have dialogue with that group. So much so that I've asked Terrence from my office to schedule an opportunity to chat with Ms. Prince one-on-one. And I do want to remind everyone who was in that space that day that I did return to that meeting after being away for a little while, and we'll continue to be committed to doing what's necessary for seniors in our community. Thanks.
And if I could just conclude my comments by saying, I feel like the conversation I had with Phyllis was very productive, and I was able to share a lot of the thoughts that I had around the millage. So please, hopefully you are able to have that conversation with her. And I think that we have an opportunity to do something really big for seniors in Washtenaw County, and help alleviate a lot of the issues that you brought up during your public comments. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for the comments. Administrator Dill, it's not the first time that as chair, my attendance is clearly not sufficient or a good substitute for you being there. I try my best, but it's just not the same. Any other, Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you. Yeah, so I just want to thank you, Monica, for attending and voicing your thoughts. I'm excited to work more with CSS seniors and obviously continue in my role on Commission on Aging. And to some of the comments that have been made about Supreme Felons here tonight and at our last meeting, I do just want to clarify. I talked a lot at the last meeting in my commissioner follow-up about redemption and forgiveness and systems that criminalize people in poverty and cycles of that, and how youth are often pushed into the school to prison pipeline and into things that if they had opportunities from the day that they were born, they wouldn't have been in those situations. And I think we know that our country is deeply rooted in white supremacy, and that is what our prison system has been built on. That's what policing has been built on. And I think we're in a moment right now in our country and here locally where we're starting to try new things to decrease violence. That's what many people are doing with violence interruption, the Supreme Felons being one of them. They're doing things that I can't do. I can't go and intervene in a situation where somebody might retaliate against another member of our community. And I think also they have trust with folks, with kids and other people who have historically not been able to have conversations that law enforcement would like to have with them for distrust in law enforcement. So, I could talk more about why Washtenaw County is so economically segregated, and it is rooted in white supremacy. And I think the work of the previous board before I got here really shifted and tried focusing on that, especially when it came to ARPA dollars. And I'll say it again, many members of Supreme Felons are friends of mine. I call them and they call me, and I feel comfortable around them. And I get that not everybody is comfortable around people who are formerly incarcerated. I'm not here to shame people for that, but I am here to ask people to think about the person not being the worst thing that they've ever done, and think about forgiveness and redemption and the fact that at one point we were all children and our brains were not fully developed, and we changed. I'm 32. When I was 22, I was not the same person, and I made irrational decisions that I'm so glad I don't make anymore. So I just, while we're all in the room together, I'm happy to have more conversations offline. This is bigger than just Billy Cole. It's bigger than just Supreme Felons. It's about a whole system that is rampant throughout our entire country about criminalizing people, primarily Black people, primarily poor people. And Washtenaw County as a government has taken initiative to try to undo some of that harm that has been caused in our community. And I believe that we can all come together and be more open about that. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. And to Commissioner Light's comments earlier, we can't get into some sort of situation where one person can define what it means to have a friendship with another person. So, do we have any other response? Commissioner Sanders?
I think that everybody has a right to their opinion. I do think that there are certain lines that shouldn't be crossed. And on that vein, what I'm gonna say is, I don't believe in trying to silence people. Even those who have tried to personally attack me, made public threats against my welfare, the welfare of my church, the members in it, tried to elicit some sort of response from the general public to do harm to me. And the fact that you can have those individuals current at a board meeting, filming, I think means that if I have an opinion that is based on experience and commentary from residents in the county, I have a right to share that opinion, and I will continue to do that. I represent 10% of Ypsilanti Township. I've been in this community 35 years, and whether or not people want to accept it, people feel comfortable talking and sharing information with me. And so when I express my concern based on experience about seeing systems and processes and individuals that I believe are demonstrating less than racial fairness, I'm still going to continue to do that. I think that people have a right to say what they want to say, but they're not going to turn around and twist it and then try and get me not to still advocate for folks and still speak up for individuals that feel like they can't or that their voice isn't heard. If I want to take a photograph with any individual that I choose, I can do that, and I will do that. That does not have anything to do with my responsibility to the residents of this county. And so I just want to be clear about that. And I think I also want to say, when you have public officials that are spurring on threats of violence to other public officials, you need to be very cautious about that. And you need to think twice about who you're asking to represent you. There are some things that we just simply can't share with you as commissioners, nor should we. But there's always three sides to the story. So I appreciate the residents coming out to support their friend or someone that they feel has been helpful or an advocate to them, but that in no way silences my opinion, nor changes my opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner response? Seeing none, I'll respond. Harvey, I was hoping you would tune in today. So we've got a couple of things here that we picked up at the National Association of Counties Conference that are related to CJCC. So one of them is from, well, they're both from the National Institute of Corrections with the U.S. Department of Justice. This one is the CJCC Essential Elements, a companion to the national standards for CJCC. And this one is National Standards for Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. That's another term for the same kind of thing. I'm showing to you, Harvey. Now, so I expect that we'll have the next meeting of CJCC scheduled before the next Board of Commissioners meeting. That's my intention. And we'll be able to partner at the federal level to be able to get more resources to make sure that we are being very effective. We'll share more from the conference later on in the meeting, but since Harvey's here right now, I didn't want to make him wait to the end. So thank you. That concludes our response to public comment. We do have one item that we're going to take out of order here to honor a family. I believe that Commissioner Somerville would like to read half of the resolution and would like to have me read another half of the resolution. So go on down and I will join you shortly.
You can sit if you want. Sometimes if they stand up here while we're reading it, it's totally up to you. Whatever your preference is. If I stand up here, it'll be on the screen, so
Stand up here to the podium. Then you can-
Yeah.
then you-
Yeah, then you'll be in the like video recording.
Yeah.
All righty. I've never spoken to this.
It's different being on the other side.
It is different being on the other side. All right, this is a resolution honoring the life of Victoria Swanson James. Whereas it is with profound sadness that we acknowledge the passing of Reverend Victoria Swanson James, a beloved lifelong resident of Ypsilanti, Michigan, who departed this world on April 1st, 2020, due to underlying health conditions related to COVID. And whereas Reverend James, fondly known as the community foundation for her family, left behind a powerful legacy of faith, love, and community service, serving as an inspiration to all who were fortunate enough to know her. And whereas Reverend Victoria James was called to the ministry in 1978 and ordained at the Metropolitan Memorial Baptist Church in 1981, where she served as the first assistant to Rev. Roberson for more than 2 decades before founding her own church, Alikia's Fellowship Ministries, in December of 2022. Whereas throughout her lifetime, Reverend Victoria, that's wrong, I'm so sorry. 2002. All right, whereas throughout her lifetime, Reverend Victoria James demonstrated an unwavering commitment to uplifting her community, exemplified her involvement in numerous organizations and initiatives, including her co-founding role in the Ypsilanti Covenant Pastors Fellowship, her leadership as the first vice president of the Ypsilanti Willow Run branch of the NAACP, her presidency of the Ypsilanti Gateway Economic Development Board, and her service on Ypsilanti's Hope Clinic Board of Directors. And
in there. Whereas Reverend James was not only a spiritual leader, but also an educator, having served as a teacher and associate dean at Ann Arbor Washtenaw Technical Middle College, and having held positions within the Willow Run and Ann Arbor public school districts. And whereas Reverend Victoria James believed in the village mindset and dedicated her life to strengthening and enriching Ypsilanti Village, creating programs like the Youth Summer Work Program and the Glowing Conference, and contributing to the initiation of the Unity and the Community Gospel Festival in Park Ridge Park. And whereas Reverend Victoria James was a trailblazer for women in the clergy, exempling grace, humility, and kindness as she shattered barriers and paved the way for future generations of women clergy persons. And whereas Reverend Victoria James touched the lives of countless individuals through her devotion to preaching the word of God and her passion for building a strong sense of faith within her family and the wider community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners extend our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Reverend Victoria Swanson James, acknowledging the immense impact she has had on our community. If you'd like to say anything.
Thank you. On behalf of my siblings and I have 3 of my siblings. It's 8 of us. I happen to be the oldest, and we have 2 of her grandchildren here also. I want to say thank you to the Washtenaw County Commissioners for honoring our mother as we celebrate her work in Ypsilanti. And Washtenaw County. My mom was dedicated, she dedicated her life to the work in her community, as you hear here. And as I sat and listened, and now I'm in the community doing work, she was a true advocate to our most vulnerable populations, senior citizens, those families homeless and unhoused, education, racism. She would be preaching the word, teaching the word, advocating. She was a mediator, a counselor, a friend, but she was just mama to us. And so we appreciate each of you for acknowledging her and her work. She died in the midst of COVID, and it was a different kind of celebration. And so every time we get to celebrate, my sister Nairi Hood, my grandson Elijah Morris, my sister Erica Hurt, my niece Charity Hurt, my brother-in-law Sean Hurt, my brother Victor Swanson, my brother Devon Swanson, my sister Vanya Swanson, Danita Swanson, and Carrie Ann Swanson. On behalf of all of us, we want to say a heartfelt thanks. We watched our mother work. We watched her do the work. We watched her love on those who didn't love back. We watched her wrap her arms around those who just needed a friend. We watched her teach the word of God and walk in it. And we thank you for thinking of her and celebrating her this day.
It is correct. All right, we've made it through public comment and it's been a very emotional meeting thus far. If there's no objection, I'd like to take a brief recess. Is there no objection? I'm not seeing any. We're gonna take a brief recess. Come back at 8:15.
recommending, and that's a lot louder. Sorry if anyone couldn't hear that. I'm not going to repeat that. They will be approved, also recommending approval by the Board of Commissioners, and then it'll come, as I mentioned, in October for a first and second reading at the Board of Commissioners before being submitted to HUD. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to read through this list of data sources, but I do want to make the point that the data used for both the original home ARP allocation plan and the amended one did not change. The data is the same. It's just the strategy that is changing. So what did change? The changes from the original to the amended allocation plan essentially reflect a shift in strategy to focus the funds more on supportive services rather than development of new affordable housing units. So the local data supports both needs, right? We need both. It shows that we need prevention resources and direct services to attend to the current crisis we're facing here in Washtenaw County with homelessness, as well as the long-term solution, as well as the data supporting development of affordable housing units to support a long-term solution to eliminate homelessness. So I just want to acknowledge that we've seen both of those sides, and the proposed amendment is just basically a change in strategy in hope of most immediately preventing evictions and instability that are being seen. Next slide. So when thinking about potential impact of the home ARP funds, it is actually kind of difficult to nail down numbers to come up with outcomes for how many will be served, because there's just a lot of unknown variables to be totally forthcoming. Under the original allocation plan, we could anticipate 8 or 9 affordable units being developed with the 3.5 million that was going toward development, just because it is that expensive to develop new units of housing. If we think beyond the 7 years, there's a spend down of 7 years from now of the home ARP dollars. It's kind of hard to think of the housing units that would just last in we would put an affordability covenant on it, imagining that lasting like 99 years. So if you think about, we just kind of arbitrarily came up with a 9-year turnover. That's not necessarily based on an average, and we hope to get better data on that. But let's say there's a 9-year turnover. Those 9 units could essentially, over a period of 99 years that the unit exists, could serve like up to 99 households potentially. So, but if you're looking at 7 years, it might just be nine households that are served. And then going over to, and then the supportive services under the original allocation, they weren't defined. We didn't define them into specific funding buckets. So it's really hard to say how many people those funds would touch. It could be anywhere from 35 to like over 500 households, depending on what programs are proposed under a competitive award process. Under the amended plan, going over to the other side of the slide, with the bulk of funds going into very specific programs that we defined under the category of supportive services, we estimated roughly around 750 households to receive services over the course of those 7 years, while some of those would most likely be duplicated across various programs, but can't say for sure. So with that, I do want to open it to, there might be questions.
There are definitely questions.
So I want to open it to any questions. I invite my colleague Morgan Boydston, who's our Human Services Manager and worked on this with me, to come up if she might be poised to answer some of your questions as well.
Come on down, Morgan. Let's get the whole team up the podium.
Thank you.
All right, so we have questions. So keeping in mind, we're doing the public hearing on this. We're not voting on this today. The next vote will occur at Urban County, which you can tune in for that too. It's on Zoom. Questions from anybody? Commissioner Robbie, you can do it? Do it. I know you got one.
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a few questions and some concerns. Just want to better understand the rationale for the increase, first of all, in the administration and planning line item. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm going to yield.
You're gonna yield it? No, go ahead, do it.
Yeah, could you explain that one?
Yeah, sure. So with affordable housing development, the workload in the back end is a little less arduous. on staff, and that it's a one-time RFP and some support to the vendors, whoever would receive those funds. Whereas moving over to the amended allocation, that is ongoing program management, monitoring, auditing, financial supervision of those funds and those programs, as well as what we use called the Housing Management Inventory System, which is our HMIS data system. It requires additional staffing capacity to oversee those programs for the duration of the 7 years. So it's an additional workload on staff capacity.
Thank you. So backing up then to my broader question, which is, I know that you just gave a whole presentation on this, but could you distill it down to one concept? Why do you feel like this is necessary? Like, why are we moving away from a strategy of developing affordable housing?
The belief, blanketly, is just that we have a crisis right now. Affordable housing is a need. The data recognizes both. Strategies are needed to address both. It comes down to, do we do triage or do we do long-term planning? And the group that came together decided that it's best to do crisis management at the moment.
Could you speak to how long it would take? Because this might be helpful. How long would it take to build the homes that we're talking about? Because under the old plan, it's 10 homes, right? Like, so how long would it take to build the 10 homes?
It depends. I'm going to say it depends, because we would have a competitive award process. Like, we would do a request for proposals. So we don't know, we can't say for sure what organization or what project would be selected through that process. If it were something that we're already in the pipeline that needs more funding, it could be in the next couple of years, it could be 1 to 2 years. If it's something that's further out, these projects, affordable housing, as you know, takes a long time to get the plans together, to get approval, to get all the funding in place. So we could be talking longer. We could be talking, 4, 5, 6 years. It just really depends on who gets the awards.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up question, I guess, does this money need to be, I know it says development of affordable rental housing, but does it have to be actual development, or can it be the county or a nonprofit purchasing existing housing and fixing it up for affordable? Like it, so I guess my point is.
Other properties can be developed into affordable rental units, yeah.
So
It doesn't have to be built from the ground up.
Right, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a long wait period, it could be a matter of months if we were to do it that way.
I would say it'd definitely be more than a matter of months, but yes, I think rehab could be a shorter process than,
Maybe 12 months, like a year-long process versus multiple years, yeah. Okay, those are my first questions. I may have some more, but that's what I have.
You don't have them ready yet?
I don't, no.
Okay,
Yeah.
Commissioner
Let's see how the
Somerville.
discussion goes first.
Okay, let's see where the night takes us. Commissioner Somerville. Oh, Commissioner Scott, did you want to get in there? I mean, because I know he took your question. You're gonna have to get, he's percolating.
Formally apologize to Commissioner Scott for taking her question.
There's enough questions.
It was her question. I stole it.
Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So sorry, I'm kind of just like thinking aloud. So like, I see the number like 8 to 9 units, but I guess in my head, I'm thinking about like what it takes to have a successful new development built and like leveraging dollars. And I guess like, what would it look like if we still could do both, like still address the current situation and still use resources so that they can be leveraged on projects that might already be in the pipeline but need more support, or new projects to either create or redevelop already existing structures. I guess like because of my day job, I like understand how expensive it is to build new housing. And so I guess like I'm a little like resistant to the idea of just like not doing anything this round with both like developing, supporting development of new units and also the current situation. And I guess like in the context of some of the other things that we've done in the past few months, like with our response to emergency hoteling and eviction prevention. So I'm trying to like understand the whole picture and like why it can't be both.
So essentially it could be both. There's been a lot of discussion initially about not watering down the funds, like if you split it out too many ways, but at the end of the day, that is a possibility as far as how the funds can be used and what's eligible. And I will say your comments align with some of the things we, that we've been hearing from some others in the community.
And then I guess, you stated like the timeline, like a few years, because there'd be like a process, like an RFP process for like many organizations to put up bids on. Yeah, I guess like the figure, like the number is kind of like, I'm trying to figure that out, but I also know that like in like dollars, like what that could mean for getting more like funding. Do you have like an idea of like, if we kind of did both, like what a realistic dollar amount would be to support additional units and do what current like response? Sorry, that's a big.
Administrator Dill's gonna get in there. Get in there. What you got?
Tara, I see your smile. We've been having this conversation, Commissioner, and we owe you guys a strategy moving forward. It likely should be both. We certainly want to respond to the crisis and trauma that our community is facing today, but also we know that we need more capacity, and we owe you all a response to the capacity needs, and that is forthcoming.
All right, we got a number of people in the queue. I've got the order down. So Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Morgan, forgive me. You said a few minutes ago, the group convened, suggested this. I'm just blanking. Can you remind me who was in that group?
Yeah, the original group is internal OCD staff, and then we met with the administration team. And then ongoing, we've been meeting with the administration team to review data and to go over potential strategies. And then the other groups I mentioned are just the other public hearings that we've held over time to understand feedback, both from the original plan that we submitted, and then now bringing you forward some comments we've heard already from this round's worth of public hearings.
For more context, we've done public hearings for this at Urban County too. I've been doing a lot of public hearings on this.
Yes.
It's a good time.
And I imagine you may have received electronic mail on it too.
Correct.
A lot of electronic mail today, in fact.
So, Tara, a question related to this funding. If I'm understanding it correctly, it's essentially a tension between long-term capacity that requires capital spending and building and all that, and immediate short-term needs. Do you, I don't know, it's a bad analogy, but do you plow a field, or do you eat the bread today? I mean, both are issues you've got to address. If we went that first route of using this funding, as I think the first iteration would, which was more towards long-term development, can we match that with any additional funding from within the county, or some other local source to make it larger and more impactful, and use that, over time to impact the market? Or is this funding, because of the regulations, not something you can sort of mingle or add other sources to? And if you don't know, that's okay.
No, I'm not 100% sure about the relationship. I am fairly certain that it can be used, in conjunction with other HUD funds, right? Like regular home entitlement dollars, CDBG dollars, that kind of thing. As far as leveraging locally, I don't think I can speak to that question. I do think, depending where it ended up, if it were to be RFP'd for that purpose, for building or for developing or rehabbing affordable housing, it could potentially set up a provider or developer for, having a better, more convincing story, right? Like to be able to leverage other dollars, whether it was like low-income housing tax credits or something else.
Yeah, in my, simplified thinking of it, if you have a $3.5 million proposal for capital development, a $10 million proposal is going to have you know, obviously a larger impact immediately and then over time because you've got, you know, more units over the years. I think we're sort of in an impossible position though, because the need is immediate. My, I guess, last comment is this something where we can sort of split it up halfway, or are we, as you said earlier, likely to dilute both immediate need and long-term unit development? I mean,
So I think it could be split up and still be meaningful, if it's not just going in too many different directions potentially. And, you know, it occurred to me after, as you kept talking, I don't think anyone could build this. I don't think it's intended to be on its own, right? Like for affordable housing, it would have to be big part of a much bigger budget, no matter what. You just can't do that much unless it's a smaller rehab potentially. But if you're converting a large building, I would imagine that being still much more. So yes, to your question, I do think it could still make a difference if that's what you're asking, and trying to do some immediate and some more long-term.
okay. I'm cognizant that we're not having the vote tonight, but rather the hearing. So thank you for the clarity there. And I'm sure I'll email more questions your way. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders.
I wanted to ask, so I've gotten some communications that indicate that this amendment would jeopardize current developments. And I want to know if that is an accurate assessment. If things that were already in the pipeline have been funded, and would this shift essentially equate to just not backfilling agency budgets? I don't know if that's I don't know if you can even answer that question. I think I also want to share, and maybe our chair might be more interested in giving some more information. We have been looking at researching other ways to sort of help address the homeless and home insecure situation here in Washtenaw County. We just returned from a conference. I think Commissioner Light is going to talk about that a little bit. So it's not lost on us that we're, you know, sort of just waiting for you to bring us suggestions. We are working on it, but there is an immediate need. And so I guess I'm just concerned that not providing the immediate need and then saying, but in 10 years, we'll have something for you. That's a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Go ahead.
So I will there might be providers who can speak best to their own situation as far as things in the pipeline. So I don't want to get into too much detail there, but I will say my understanding is that some of the projects that are in the pipeline are still looking to secure some of the funding that they need to make the project whole. So I don't think it's like everything's golden and, you know, nobody needs any additional gap financing for any of the projects that we're looking to see happen in the next couple of years. But again, I think it's better for folks to speak more directly than, you know, on behalf of themselves.
Okay, so I'll just say, just since this is a public hearing, I would be interested in knowing, you know, are there like serious doomsday, oh my goodness, if we don't get this money, this is gonna crash and burn, or it might crash and burn, or we just want you to think it's gonna crash and burn? You can't answer that. I'm just putting it out there.
I'll not try.
In response to the, you know, the advocacy emails that we get related to this issue. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders was referring to one of the items that we saw at the conference. You know, we'll talk more about this at a later time. This seems like a potentially innovative solution to some of the challenges that we're facing. I'm going to remind my friends that you've already spoken. You got to wait for round 2 because there are a lot of people that also want to speak. I see in Commissioner Scott's turn. I'm saying the two of them were trying to get in there, you know, but they've already had their. That's why it's best to get all your comments out one go, and you got to wait for round 2. Commissioner Scott. Please.
You, Chair. You, every time I was saying thank you, you kept going before. So I was just making sure this time. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your commitment to Robert's rules. I have a question. Oh, now my computer's asleep. When I am looking at this, so like you're saying a medical word to me, triage. And so I'm just gonna just talk about triage. That happens most of the time in the ER, right? And so you triage somebody comes to the ER, they need that emergency assistance, it's there. But if you come to the ER with a heart attack and you got no ICU to go to afterwards, why do you have the ER? Right? And so there's a reason why you have ERs that can accept different things and can't. So a little bit of my concern is we create a lot of emergency assistance, which we need, but we need the ICU to back it up. And so I guess I when I look at rapid rehousing, 1.5 million, we need it, but where are we rehousing them to? I like Morgan, you're like, yeah, what do I say about that? Is that rhetorical? How can I answer your question? I don't know if there's an answer to that question.
Yeah, so I think yes, and housing resources are going to be repetitive and ongoing. Period. Whether they're affordable housing, you will need to continuously all the time update the housing, make sure it's in compliance, etc. Whether it's services, you will need to make sure you're providing services in perpetuity for however long the client needs the service, right? So I think triage is probably not the best example, given that triage, to your point, it is an end point and then the person moves on. Housing services aren't made to be that way, and that if someone didn't need them ongoing, they wouldn't need the service to begin with, right? We expect it to be at least a year or two.
Yeah.
So yes.
I guess I just think like I'm maybe even piggybacking on some of the points that Commissioner Somerville made, that I feel like I would like to see that we could consider both development and emergency assistance, just because if there's rapid rehousing and everything I've heard from the tours and talking to people is like, we don't have the housing. So just to say we're going to take 1.5 million for rapid rehousing, I would like to be like, can we take some money for rapid rehousing and move it into development of housing? And even talking about leveraging some of these funding with current developments in process. We had a meeting, we talked about Viridian here. I mean, that's like, can there be funds used for Viridian, for Catherine, for Washington Street and Ipsy, for the Hickory Way apartments? Those aren't 8 or 9 units. I think all told that totals up to 160 units. So how could we use some of this to help kind of leverage that? And those are things that maybe are completed sooner rather than later. So how can we leverage some of this money to kind of do both the emergency? We have the emergency room and the ICU. Thanks.
Would anybody that hasn't spoken yet like to speak? Commissioner Light, go ahead.
So as my colleagues have said, I think immediate and long-term, it shouldn't be a either or, because your immediate assistance is going to continue to just be a revolving door. And so we can have some instant gratification with developments, as we have traveled to a conference where we have seen a concept of where there can be our smaller homes that can be there for a lifetime. And so for me, the goal is not to just get the immediate assistance, but to make sure we get the immediate assistance, and as Commissioner Scott said, to have that aftercare. So for them to have the home to be stable in. So I would like to see the immediate and the long term. And I don't think that it would take or that it should take up to 10 years, because then we're going to just continuously be coming back to the table to get funds to assist the crisis, and it's going to be ongoing and we won't resolve it. So there are other available options that will also, when we put the RFP out, our laborers and our unions, our workers are able to do those things because we can set it up where they're able to develop right away. And we're keeping the funds and everything to continue in our county. So I think the and is what we should focus on and really go back to the drawing board to make sure that we have the and, because just immediate right now, taking care of the crisis is going to continue the crisis.
All right, Commissioner Beaman, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were.
Yes, thank you. I did have a question because we're talking about, leveraging and matching and all of these different things. And I don't have the background to understand if there are limitations. So can certain sources of funding be used with other sources of funding? I'm the one at the table that always keeps talking about how many programs are available through the USDA, and nearly every township in Washtenaw County qualifies for USDA. But I don't know if that's appearing because there are all of these regulations of this money and this money don't match, don't meet. And you may not be able to answer that right now, but it was just a question that's rolling in my head.
I'll have to look, do need to look into it a little bit more, but I can say, I don't think you can match like federal with another federal, right? Like a HUD source with another HUD source. And I don't think a match is required for the home art dollars either, as far as I've seen, but I can try to get back to you on with a little more detail on that, but it's a good question.
Gonna move into round two, unless there's anybody that hasn't said anything that would like to. Seeing none. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I'm actually glad that I waited for the remaining comments because actually a lot of my colleagues said what I wanted to say. Commissioner Light, Commissioner Scott, and several others have already spoken to what I wanted to say. So I just emphasizing again, I think we need that, strategy that addresses both needs here. And we do have some really important projects that are in the pipeline that, I think a big part of it is the increase in construction costs that have occurred. And I will say too that, some of our partners have a pretty deep commitment to ensuring that the projects that they do are using skilled union labor on their projects. And that does have, we want to make sure that they have the capacity to be able to fund those projects. And so making sure that we're not just building affordable housing, but ensuring that those that are building it, can live, in our community. And so I think, all of that in mind, I think we do need to approach both. And I think Commissioner Scott's point was spot on with, rapid rehousing, but rehousing them to where, right? And so we need to build that capacity, and the county can be part of that. And this is a perfect time to emphasize something that one of our public commenters mentioned at the last meeting of our working session in reference to a housing commission. And I do think that at some point, we have these resources that are coming in from the federal government. And I think that it's worth considering in the future, when we have a housing commission set up, what we can leverage internally with, construction and actual development of housing within the county. So I think that's important. And the last thing that I'll just note is, this might be slightly off topic, but I'm going to say it anyways. I would like to at some point get an update on where the Viridian project is in terms of contributing financially to the Grove at Viridian, because they are, I believe that they do have a responsibility to do that. And I did not get a satisfactory response at the last meeting. So I would like to have follow-up from them on that in terms of what they'll be doing financially to help make sure that project is successful. But given that that project is on county land, or what was county land, I do think that there's both responsibility on behalf of the developer, but also responsibility on behalf of the county to make sure that that project is seen through to completion. And so I think that these development dollars could be used for that. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think that was all I had. Oh, actually, one more quick question. I'm sorry. In response to something Commissioner Labar asked regarding the process that you went through to determine this, I'm wondering, what you said there was an internal conversation within OCD with staff. I have immense respect for the team at OCD and the work that you all do. Wanted to just double check, was this the recommendation that came out of that conversation internally, or is this identical to what you all came up with, or was this reflecting further conversations happened later?
So our internal conversations that Morgan was referring to at OCD was more when we developed the original plan that had the development, with most of the money going to development of affordable housing. And then we came together with county administration and we came to the proposed.
Understood. Say no more.
amendment.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's perfect. I don't mean like say no more, like stop talking. I mean, like, I get you.
You're fine.
I understand what you're saying now. Thank you. And so yes, based on that, appreciate it. And like I said, I place high respect with the work that you all do. And your take on this is very important. So thank you for describing all of that. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I had. Thank you.
I believe you'll get your another shot at Viridian at the appropriate time.
I'm looking forward to it.
I know you are. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Just my last comment is just around, taking this both and approach. Specifically with the Viridian project, I was so excited just like to see the preview of housing that can fit a family of with 4 kids. Like that it's really hard to find that. And that's one of the biggest issues I think with what little I know about some of the details of the families that we're still hoteling. There isn't space large enough for bigger families. And yep, you're validating me with your facial expression. So thank you. So I just that's the one that right now, if we could make sure that gets through, both because it's former county land, but also because it's going to fit a huge need. And I don't see any other developments that can accommodate 4 kids. So those are my comments.
Anybody else for round 2 comments here? We're about to. It looks like. Thank you very much for the presentations. Very helpful.
Thank you.
I'm sure I will see something very soon and very similar at Urban County. All right. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time for the public hearing. So it's the public hearing to receive comment on the substantial amendment to the home ARP allocation plan. Here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, with our public hearings, you get 3 minutes to give comment during the public hearing. If you are in the room and you'd like to give public comment, you'll approach the podium, state your name and where you live. We got a great color-coded system there. Starts off green, goes yellow, red. Goes yellow when there's 1 minute left. If you're joining us via Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon to indicate you'd like to give public comment. I'll call on you and state your name and where you live. And then you'll unmute and give your comment. If you're on Zoom, joined by phone, you will hit the *9 button to raise your hand. I will call on you. You'll hit *6 to unmute yourself. You will state your name and where you live. Unlike public comment, there is no response to us in public hearing. So we're just going to hear it and then we're going to move on with the agenda. Anybody in the room like to give public comment? Come on down. Please state your name and where you live.
Hello, my name is Michael Apple. I live in Ann Arbor. I work at Avalon Housing. I know from past weeks you would normally have heard from Aubrey Patino, our executive director, and Wendy Cardy-Saxon, our director of real estate. But due to summer travel plans, they couldn't be here, so they asked me to speak. It was very important to us that Avalon get a chance to comment. The shift from the March draft of the home ARP plan that proposed $3.5 million for the development of affordable housing to the current draft that proposes no money for the development of affordable housing was disappointing to us. We do recognize the challenge you face in weighing emergency needs versus long-term solutions. However, this type of one-time funding under the ARP dollars can be very effectively used for capital upfront development costs. Using it for capital costs ensures that although the funding itself is time limited, it results in affordable and supportive housing that add to our local housing stock and remain a source of affordable housing well into the foreseeable future. The housing developed with ARP funds would be expected to incorporate long-term affordability requirements, thus codifying and ensuring ongoing affordability. Best practices to address homelessness focus on the creation of permanent affordable housing. This has been reflected by other nearby recipients in their home ARP funding plans, including MISTA, who recognize the unique opportunity these time-limited funds provide and have dedicated the bulk of their funding towards the development of affordable housing. The development of affordable housing requires significant leveraging of funds. The lack of sufficient gap financing can result in significant delays in bringing new units online, reduce the number of units provided, or prevent new developments entirely. In addition, home ARP was designed very specifically to work for supportive housing in a way that conventional home funds don't. Specifically, supportive housing services are an eligible expense. The per unit cap was dropped. Reserves can be funded to guarantee affordability. Reserves can be capitalized to cover the cost of a services coordinator. None of these can be done with your annual recurring home allocations. So in the words of the Corporation for Supportive Housing, this means home ARP can pay for up to the full capital cost for a unit, be used more effectively to fill gaps in projects and cover other expenses. I know you've received communication from the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, which puts a very specific suggestion behind this idea that at least half of the funding be returned to housing development. We're very comfortable with that. And
All right. Thank
appreciate
you.
your support.
Thank you. Well timed. Anybody else in the room like to give or participate in the public hearing? No? Okay. Oh, come on down.
Hi, my name is Tess Browster still, and I'm from Ypsilanti, Michigan. So I don't have super specific thoughts about the funding, but I just wanted to speak to the way that we're addressing the issue in general. I feel as we move forward as a county in further distributing these funds down the line, it is really important to take into account the lived experiences of people who are unhoused in a deep way. I recognize the point in time count was used to make these decisions as they've been made thus far. But I guess I want to speak to the way in which, in an effort to address a crisis, we can forget to deeply listen to people, and in doing so, kind of miss the boat for fully and in a sustainable way helping people to be well. So to those ends, I would advocate that as we move forward, an effort is made to further investigate the needs of homeless, unhoused folks. I'll give a shout out to work I'm doing with U of M Ginsberg Center. We're still in the preparation phase, but we're planning to start this fall to do qualitative interviews on an ongoing basis, train people with lived experience to do qualitative interviews of other homeless individuals to get more information about what is the real nature of this problem, as opposed to presuming that we have answers when we are offering the same answers over and over again to a public that is very dissatisfied with our solutions that we have presented thus far. From the work I've done so far, as I stated earlier, I did 50 interviews with unhoused folks. People are very interested in community-based services. And I think as a nation, as a world, perhaps we are moving more back towards community-based services and services that really do take into account the spirits that are involved, like the real people. And so I just would like to shout out as well, circling back, peer support services that receive funding from OCED and is in the spirit of providing peer support from people who have lived experience and overcoming those cultural barriers that also exist in service providing and are reinforced by the extreme segregation in this county, as was acknowledged earlier. I also would like to note that people stated that navigating systems was a significant challenge. And so that would support using some of the funding to provide that support.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Hate to cut people off. I have to fairly do that, though. I'm doing my best to do that, you know. Still, there are criticisms. Would anybody in the room like to give public comment? And actually, is there anybody online that would like to participate in the public hearing?
Yes, Chair. We have Amanda Carlisle.
Amanda Carlisle, please state your name and where you live.
Hi, good evening again. Amanda Carlisle from the Washtenaw Housing Alliance. We submitted our comments to Ms. Cohen at OCED in writing, but also just wanted to share them with the Board of Commissioners. The Washtenaw Housing Alliance conducted a survey of our 25+ member organizations that are working collectively to end homelessness and expand affordable housing options in the county about the substantial changes to the home ARP allocation. We encourage implementation of best practices, which say that increasing permanent housing units and resources is the best way to end homelessness. We're concerned the substantial amendment shifts the one-time, time-limited funding away from proven strategies such as the development of affordable housing, and will jeopardize current developments in the pipeline in terms of timing and costs. We recommend that at least 50% of the home ARP funding continue to be used as originally proposed for the development of affordable housing. We are also recommending $0 be allocated for transitional housing, which is a practice that has been proven to be less effective than permanent housing, like permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing. And we recommend $0 be allocated for move-in costs and income stabilization services, the latter of which are needed, but funding should be found through other long-term funding sources. As was shared earlier, that's an ongoing need. Lastly, we know the county is proposing to take 15% of the funds for admin and planning versus the 7 originally proposed and approved by HUD. And we're concerned that this leaves less funding available for best practice programs and affordable housing development. Each time new affordable housing and supportive housing developments come online, we see great reductions in the number of homeless households experiencing homelessness. We have seen with our work to end veteran homelessness, especially that with more permanent housing resources, we no longer need as many temporary emergency beds as demonstrated in our homeless system's recent study by the Corporation of Supportive Housing called the System Modeling Report. These examples prove to us that we must focus on the creation of affordable housing with time-limited one-time funding. And we hope to see a revised proposal from the county that balances both long-term and short-term needs. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. What happened to that timer we were testing out earlier today? That on-screen timer for people? Can we throw that on there? Yeah, okay. Throw it on there, please. Sorry to have to do that at this point in the meeting. We were testing out an on-screen timer to really help people because just in case. Do we have anybody else online, Ashley? We do not. Are you sure? Okay, so we will use an on-screen timer at our next meeting. It's really cool. We practiced it earlier. Anybody in the room before I close the public hearing? I'm about to gabble it out of here. All right, public hearing is closed. Fantastic. All right, well, let's gonna move right into appointments. So if you are in board portal, you have the most up-to-date set of appointments. It's a fantastic tool. So if you're not in board portal, there's only one additional item in here, and it's a resolution appointing a commissioner to the Area Agency on Aging 1B. The challenge we've had with that particular board is that it meets at the same time as several other boards and committees that we are on, including the Board of Health, Community Mental Health, and Michigan Works, which makes it very challenging for a commissioner to go. What we've decided to do is Commissioner Somerville had been appointed to it. She is going to step off of it because it conflicts with community mental health. And then I am recommending that we appoint me to it so that I will sometimes miss Board of Health, but Commissioner Scott will be there and I'm sure we'll give a fantastic liaison report after that, should I have to miss it. So that's the only additional resolution for an appointment if you're not in board portal. With that said, I'll look for somebody to move the appointments. Wonderful. There's a support. Okay, any discussion? Oh, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you for taking this job on for us, Justin.
I
It's
will
been very
enjoy
challenging to find somebody to fill that spot. And as you know, I tried earlier this year, I tried attending both meetings at one time and it did not work out well for me.
I will enjoy the trip to Southfield where the meetings are held. We just need to make sure that there is Washtenaw County representation there. So yes, Commissioner Robbie.
First off, wow, Southfield. Okay. That's quite the drive. Yeah, thank you for doing that, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for appointing Hudson to the Environmental Council. I think very highly of him and I'm looking forward to serve with him on there.
You're welcome. Anybody else? We're finally to the point of the meeting where we vote on things. Bryce, this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Before we get into the consent agenda, because I do see the much talked about communications on there. I think we do have some level of a update related to the communications. I don't know if Ashley or Bryce, you want to talk about what's cooking here?
I'm happy to. So there have been conversations between Bryce, myself, also Corp Counsel Michelle and Matt back there. So we believe that we have a system that will allow for us to acknowledge, receive but not acknowledge communications. And we will work with Commissioner Scott and other commissioners to decide which communications we will be receiving but not acknowledging and which communications we will be receiving and acknowledging.
I also believe we will be sending communications, right?
Correct.
We will be doing that. So I would say, look out other counties. We're going to start sending you some communications. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, I'd look for someone to, well, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that there's going to be pretty fairly universal thinking on most of the resolutions. But on most of the there are communications that are sometimes resolutions, is what I was thinking. And I know that this maybe adds a layer of complication to things, but it might feel better for me if we had some way of bulk voting on that, maybe in the consent resolution, so that the board can sort of like put a stamp on it that's more official than it just being kind of we think that some people are going to think this way and some people might think that way. Just as a suggestion.
I think, are you suggesting that we break out the communications individually to be able to do that?
I mean, it could be all like one, like it could be part of the consent agenda as like we all just say, but as long as it's in the agenda and we can see these are the ones that we're receiving but not acknowledging that we're sending a communication on, just because the communication is being sent on behalf of the board, I just want to make sure that we are at least seeing and acknowledging and voting on those. Doesn't have to be a roll call vote, but just like it's in the agenda, kind of like the minutes.
Yeah, so how about this? Because I agree that we will probably have fairly similar thoughts about which we want to throw out and which we want to like receive and file in a kind way. So I can work with staff to have like the recommended ones that we graciously accept, and then the ones that we throw in the trash. And then that gives everyone an opportunity to look at it ahead of time. And then you can say, actually, I think this one's trash, or I actually really like this one. Does that sound fair? Yeah. So it'll be in there, right? We'll have, you get what I'm saying. Yep.
So it'll be in the packet.
Because they're in the packet, right? It's in the.
We would just like separate them out as like, these are the ones.
The
that we're gonna
recommended
receive.
ones.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Then
Okay,
so
yeah.
I'll review the communications with staff on these are the ones that I recommend, and then there will be the ones not recommended that we receive. And then that gives everyone an opportunity to read through them and say, actually, I would want this one somewhere, and we can discuss it like we do.
So then
other-
the board can, instead of receiving the communications, we can vote to affirm your recommendation to receive some and basically reject others.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm good with.
Okay, Commissioner Somerville. Well, actually, you already got to go. Somebody over here want to go? No, Commissioner Somerville, go ahead. You said something earlier about an unrelated thing, but I'm trying to be fair.
I don't think so on the consent, but I was just, I really don't think I had anything. I'm sorry, but I didn't.
You did raise your hands.
But I didn't speak to, I did actually. So the ones that we've gotten in the last few months, can we retroactively reject those?
Bryce?
Believe that would require the board amending minutes that they have already approved.
Do you really want to do that?
No, I'm fine. I just know that we've gotten some spicy ones that we might have not
Okay,
accepted.
well, so how about this? How about if there are some spicy ones that you have strong feelings about, we will communicate back to them, right? Because like we said, like we said earlier, watch out other counties, we're going to start communicating to them. So we will communicate our displeasure with some of those.
Thank you.
Excellent. That's a good plan. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Everybody's good. Thank you to the team that worked on this. I know it's was particularly important to Commissioner Scott, so I'm glad. I hope she is pleased. She is pleased. Let the record reflect that she is pleased with this development. Fantastic. With that said, I'd look for someone to move the consent agenda. Okay, this is, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that I don't know that we need to necessarily amend anything, but there were several names of the public speakers at the last meeting that I believe are recorded incorrectly. And I just, I can work with the clerk to fix these. The two that pop out to me are Bob King. It's written as Brian King, I think. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to find where I'm even at here. And then the other one was Will Garcia. I think it was listed as another name, but I don't have it in front of me anymore.
Well, I'm sure those errors were not intentional.
No, and I think it's, look, it's hard when somebody comes up and says their name because they're
Yeah.
not like spelling their name. So I'm not, I think our clerk is doing a wonderful job. It's just, I just wanted to make sure to, those are, I believe, ministerial changes that don't need an amendment, but I just wanted to
I
point those out.
appreciate it. Commissioner Robbie, please feel free to bring those changes before me anytime. So thank you.
You got it. Thank
And
you.
it might be Bob, just a non-traditional spelling. I mean, he might smell it Brian. Right?
It's pronounced Bob.
Pronounced.
And then, yeah, you have with the L, but it's Will Garcia. Yeah,
Yep.
Garcia, J, yeah.
We're good? We're good now? Well, Bryce, I think this is a voice vote, so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstentions, right? None. Great. Okay, now we're moving into, I'm ready. We're moving into the resolutions. So I think there's a lot of interest around resolution F, which is a resolution authorizing an exemption to the county's living wage ordinance. So with this one, I'm gonna exercise my authority as chair to pull that one from the agenda. It's not fully baked. We got to put it back in the oven. We're gonna get back to it at the next meeting. So, we'll have more to discuss later. So with that one excluded, I will look for someone to move the resolutions. Commissioner Scott.
All right. This evening, I'd like to move the following resolutions. A resolution authorizing the signature of the chair of the board on the 2023-24 State Child Care Fund Budget Summary Form 2091 with a lot of other things in the amount of $12,136,781 for the period of October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. B, a resolution granting authorization to exceed the $10,000 maintenance limit on the Portage and Baseline Lake Level District for repairs to the Fluke Dam. C, a resolution to authorize the above midpoint hire of Guillermo Hernandez as Executive Director of Human Resources. D, a resolution setting the 2023 Washtenaw County millage rate for Huron-Clinton Metropolitan Authority. E, a resolution authorizing $700,000 in eviction prevention program funding to be eligible for use in 2023 from administration. G, a resolution to approve the negotiation and execution of a purchase agreement with Ypsilanti Community Schools for the site of Cheney Elementary School at 1500 Sanford Road. H, a resolution honoring the life of Victoria Swanson James. On here, the approval of claims. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? See some thinking faces. No? Okay, we're all good. Discussion. Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if there's an answer tonight. I suspect there's not, but on E, that eviction prevention program funding, I think we will need to relatively quickly come up with an answer for how we want to address those eviction prevention needs that exist. I think to some degree, there's merit in what was said earlier at public comment that we're in need of doing both. And so I really just want to flag that before we vote for it, because that may be a place where we look to reserves to make sure we have both sheltering and eviction prevention in place for the coming year. But I will vote for it tonight. I'd like to try and answer that question at some point in the next few months. So, thank you.
Andrew and I have talked a bit about that. I don't know if we want to talk more about that later or you want to talk about it now. You look like you want to talk about it later.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also invite my colleague, Crystal Campbell, to come up here as well. She's been working closely with myself. We also worked closely with OCD with this as well. And a lot of this goes back to addressing the families who were in hotels over the past winter and our efforts to do that. I think certainly we agree that there will be needs to discuss beyond how we best help those families who are still in hotels. The proposal this evening really is focused on that group, but we know that the need is greater than just those families right now. Crystal.
Absolutely. I don't know if I have anything to add to that.
Yep. Great. Thank you. Greg is shrugging at me. He's like, that's it. Okay. Commissioner Scott, I saw your hand next.
Thank you, Chair. I guess, I mean, if I was pulling anything, I'm glad we're discussing it. Thank you, Commissioner Lamar. It was just how it's $700,000 for eviction prevention. That's not really eviction prevention per se. Do we have money that we're still spending on eviction prevention? I mean, I hear from people constantly, even people who are at work with me and other professions, talking to me about the price of their housing and their concern about being evicted. And I am concerned that we're not actually funding eviction prevention here.
Certainly. And I think to that, there was a document that I shared last night to accompany the updates to the agenda packet today. And we've tried to address the other efforts that the county has taken, through a lot of your actions since last summer. And those are not all 100% eviction prevention efforts, but a lot of those funds have gone to other organizations that work to keep people in their houses and to help them find new houses. And so the point that we were trying to make through that report was just that there are significant resources that have gone into this. Certainly, we're not done with these efforts, and we are still continuing to work on this. The proposal that we're asking you to consider tonight, I think is necessary given these families and their needs and the need to remedy this situation. But as the administrator indicated, we're continuing to work on this and we'll be paying more attention to it and expect to bring things back for you to consider in the future.
I saw Commissioner Somerville before you, Commissioner Robbie. Sorry.
Thank you. And thanks for the information that we got and follow up. I guess on eviction prevention, I guess I have some questions related to like barrier busters. Usually you can only pull from one time. So for like a family or an individual who is like at the brink of eviction and they already use that support once in a year, they can't access it again. Is that still a thing? Okay. And then eviction court was something that we talked about. I don't know where that's at and what that even means, but I guess like ideally we would have more resources to prevent somebody from being kicked out, because we're going to spend more money once they're evicted than we would if we just kept them in the place that they're housed at currently. So I guess I'm just throwing that out there into the universe because these are questions that I have, and maybe we should have like a working session about this.
Yeah, the conversations around the eviction court are ongoing. I think we could have a conversation about that at the next meeting.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, what else are we doing right now? So like, if somebody calls OCD right now, they've already used barrier busters once this year, but they're on the brink of eviction. Like, what are we doing?
So I think and Morgan is here and can probably attest to this. I think the entry point at this time is still Hawk. It's still to call the Hawk line and to find out what other resources are available to folks who may be facing that situation. I think the proposal that you have before you now helps us to address the immediate need of the 50 families that we are sheltering in hotels. It does include some direct assistance that will help them reach a place or get to other resources in terms of housing for their immediate situations. I think some of the other things that you brought to the surface, eviction court, additional eviction prevention resources are a part of the larger conversation and the larger strategy that this group and administration will bring back to you later.
Okay. And then Sorry, I'm gonna ask more questions.
I like you to ask all the questions at once. It's
Yeah, I'm going
ideal.
to. So like we did have like a cutoff point. So like if a family becomes homeless yesterday
Mhm.
in Washtenaw County and calls Hawk, what happens?
That's a process question. I would lean on the experts, and that would be Morgan Boyson.
Morgan,
Help
Okay, and then I guess to
supervise
be
our-
more
our hotline.
detailed, like to be more detailed. would
Yeah, it
this
sounds like
fund-
you're asking
yeah,
for process
Yeah.
details.
Yep.
Morgan,
I
come
know
on
this
down.
is-
You're
This
back.
happens, right? On a Friday afternoon,
yeah.
you get a
No, I
call
get it,
about a
and
family.
I'm glad we're all here. So
Which
like,
is who I call.
yep, absolutely, me too. So we had like a cutoff on like accepting new families, correct?
The hotel program, correct?
Yes. So like somebody who became evicted yesterday with kids, like we don't have a system currently.
No, we do have a system. We just don't have enough housing or shelter resources for everyone to get
Mhm.
immediate
Mhm.
sheltering. So the system, as Crystal explained, is the same. Someone would call Hawk. They would get scheduled for an appointment, which happens now within a few weeks.
Mhm.
They would get assessed for their homelessness status. They would be placed on a list for housing resources and then be prioritized for those housing resources based on their assessment.
Is your mic on? Want to make sure that our friends online can hear.
Sorry.
Okay, and so these dollars are only for the 50 families currently in the system. And is this gonna be used to get them into like housing, like rental housing?
Potentially, should they be able to secure housing on their own and not need COC resources or system resources, so they don't need supportive services? Yes, this will help them.
Like
to
the
be housed.
dollars directly could be utilized for rent? Do we know like how long of a time frame yet? Like what that would look like 3 months, 6 months?
No, that
No,
we don't
for
know.
support?
It's
Okay.
based on the need of the families.
Okay.
And the
Um,
availability of housing stock. I think it should be noted also that these families have already been assessed, and so they are already on the existing wait list for additional housing resources.
Okay. And then this is probably not something you're gonna be able to answer. I'm also throwing, so like, what happens if there's like, we get to like December and they're still in hotels?
So that's a great question. The data that we're showing right now is it takes about 160 days from assessment to actually being housed. Many of these families have been prioritized for resources at this point. We're still running the reports and the numbers to make sure and double check how many actually have been chosen for resources. The issue now for those families is that they're not able to actually rent with the resources that they've been provided. But a lot of them are already moving out of hotel.
Can you go deeper on what you mean when?
Can you speak to the case
Sorry.
management program?
Yeah.
I think now's a.
But also, can you go deeper on what you mean by they're not able to rent?
Yeah, there's just not enough affordable housing stock depending
it's-
on the size of
sure.
the family, all that.
So it's
Well,
literally, it's not like anything. It's physically, they can't find a space to rent.
In
There's
some
not something
cases.
holding them up from being able to rent, like a landlord denying them.
In some cases,
Okay.
it might be a landlord denying them because of their credit score or their criminal background. You know, it's really nuanced what it takes to house someone.
Okay.
So
Well, in the city of Ypsilanti and the city of Ann Arbor, I think the city of Ann Arbor, they added felony and misdemeanor conviction to the non-discrimination ordinance. So it might be a fair housing opportunity.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you answering our.
Thank you. That's really helpful. You want to go ahead, Commissioner Robbie? I think you were next.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so just building off some of the questions that were already asked. I guess the first question I have is around the total amount of money that we're looking at here. I mean, $1.3 million for 50 families. I know that there was some other families initially and that number has been reduced over the course of the summer. Is that right?
That is, sir.
So we're currently at 50. I just did like some quick math and for $700,000 divided by 50 people, divided by 12 months, that's like $1,100 per person per month. And if it's a family, then you're talking, 2 people, 2,000, 3 people, 3,000. Could we not just like rent an apartment for a year for these families? Why do we have to keep them in a hotel? Hotels seem like probably the most inefficient way of using our limited resources.
Yeah, I don't think you're incorrect. We absolutely could. I think that would And Morgan and I have had this discussion.
Yeah.
What that would do is pull existing housing stock from the system that's available for folks who have been on waiting lists, waiting for housing.
I mean, at that rate though, would it even have to be necessarily affordable housing? I mean, I feel like we could even rent them like a market rate unit potentially for $3,000 a month for 3 people. If it's a family, you know,
Right.
you could probably get a 2-bedroom.
Right, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. At all. And it is a discussion that I think this internal team has talked about. We talked about the possibility of master leases. We went through quite a few different ideas and strategies. I think some of those things will be a part of our larger, the larger strategy and recommendation that we bring back to the board. What we ultimately ended up doing is focusing on how to resolve these 50 families that are carried over from the emergency sheltering program over the winter.
Are we at a place now where we're basically out of the first 700,000 that we gave for 2023?
We are.
What, like out already or?
I believe that there's a budget in that, in the summary document that you would have received from Andrew on yesterday.
Mhm.
And so the number is there and
In
we
the
have,
packet, or was it a separate email?
no, it's a part of your agenda summary update from yesterday.
An email that
Oh,
says
there was an
agenda
email,
summary
okay.
update.
All right.
Yep,
I
it's
didn't
your
see it.
agenda summary update and we are, yes, we have expended the funding that you all allocated for 2023.
Okay, so what happens in 2024 to Somerville's question? Like, we're just gonna have to come up with more money, I guess, if folks aren't housed? I
think
mean, in
that's the part
theory,
of the-
there's 100 days, right? Hopefully we get, but there's 50 family,
Mhm.
50 families or 50 people?
50 families.
The number is down to 34 as of today. I want
34, you heard it here, 34. So let's use the right number here. 50 sounds like a lot more than 34.
So 50.
Good progress.
For families though.
correct.
Right, so your question was what happens in 2024 for these folks?
Yeah.
I think the goal is to make sure that these folks are addressed, that these people receive the resources needed and that they receive or get access to a permanent housing solution. For them, there are already other resources within the system. And there is already also an emergency sheltering program that activates in the wintertime. And so there are lots of other things that are happening at the same time to hope that we don't end up in this same situation next winter.
What hotel are we using? Are we using multiple hotels?
We're using multiple hotels
Okay, in various parts of the community or?
in various parts of Washtenaw County, yes.
And I believe for added context, we've been able to get a really great rate for the hotels, thanks to the partnership with Destination Ann Arbor. Is that correct? That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, I mean,
$88 a night, I believe. Is that right?
I mean, that's,
Chair Hodge mentioned earlier, he started to broach the topic of the case management program. Another thing that these families are receiving or that this reallocation will do is provide case management for the families that are currently being sheltered at the hotels. That program is already launched.
what
that
is
part
that?
of the program.
So they'll have somebody that can help them to
Navigate.
access this services in the system and potentially get housing more quickly?
Yes, that is the goal.
My hope is that the program be really successful and we can make it a permanent part of our strategy around addressing families that are in shelter and receiving these services. This is a relatively
Well-
new thing that the team is working on here.
I guess I like that idea generally. I guess I'm wondering, what is the part where you said you want it to be a regular part of the programming? Does that mean there's ongoing resources?
We've hired 6 temporary case managers. This wasn't something we were doing before.
Right, I get that, but you're saying ongoing. So what, is it gonna be ongoing while these 34 get housed, or is it gonna be ongoing beyond?
After the 34 people are housed, my hope is that we'd be able to continue using case management for people that are in, let's say, Delonis, or if there's a family shelter that's able to dramatically increase the number of beds that they have available, which is a thing that might happen. And another shelter that we talk about frequently that struggles to maintain case management. Hope is to have a strategy around making effective use of county case
That'll
managers.
be a separate allocation of dollars.
Yeah, we're just talking about, yes, the future,
Okay, yeah, yeah. I got it.
hopes,
Hopes and
longer term
dreams.
strategy.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. Sounds good. Okay, I think you've answered most of my questions. I mean, I just generally struggle with the idea of spending this much money on hoteling people when I would love to see the county invest in purchasing properties that, I mean, because this problem is not necessarily going away with the 34 families. And there will be an ongoing need. And so I just feel like $1.3 million, what you could do with that money, and then the 3.5 million that we were talking about earlier. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, you know, the county could really, I just feel like we're thinking kind of small in some ways. Like, I'm not saying you two are thinking small. I'm just saying broad, big picture as a county, I would encourage us to think bigger. And I think I would, at least as one commissioner, even be willing to look at finding ways to spend resources even beyond the 700,000 to, if we could actually invest in a physical property, and ongoing resources to staff that physical property, if we can do that, because I just don't think this need is going away. And, you know, with the variations that are coming with climate change, we're going to have, you know, more severe weather in the winter and in the summer. And with unreliable and greedy utilities like DTE that are providing our energy, you know, we're going to have even more instances where, you know, our community is going to be in need. And so having a physical property and investment, or multiple investments that the county can make, I think is prudent financially for us. And so I just want us, I hope that we can continue to think more big picture on a lot of these things, rather than, you know, addressing these immediate needs and then losing sight of the bigger picture. So let's invest the money that it takes to like provide for our citizens, for our community. And I really think that we need to be doing that. And when we have these pots of money, let's invest it in those long-term solutions.
Let's do that. Commissioner Beaman, did you have a hand? No, you didn't. Commissioner Sanders and then Commissioner Light.
I think I mentioned before, as soon as we have an opportunity to sort of download from the conference that at least 3 of the commissioners were able to attend a couple of weeks ago, I think that we will have some permanent solutions to suggest and come to the table. And then it will just be a matter of the commissioners, you know, agreeing and us finding a way to make it happen. But we were provided with 2, I think, very strong options for, I guess you'd call it, one of them is permanent housing.
The
The
tiny
other
home
one is
community.
sort of transitional permanent housing. And so I think that sometime in the coming weeks, we will be able to share that information more comprehensively with the rest of
Hey, if I still got the energy here when I get to report from the chair, I might just, talk for a while. I've got like papers and things, and yeah. So, are you done? Yeah, I think you're done. You're done? Yep, Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to go back to process, and I wanted to ask, where are we on eliminating, on cutting back the intake time? Because weeks is a rather long time for intake. Previously working with individuals that needed to contact Hawk to have the intake, 3 weeks is, it's not realistic. And so I'm wondering, when will we get to the intake the day of and being able to respond rather quickly? So I'm just wondering where we are in that process.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our community providers that provide that assessment are working very hard in order to build capacity internally to be able to take more assessments on. At one point, we actually were down to within a week. But then the inflow continues to increase. And so staffing doesn't increase at the speed of the inflow. So that's the position we are right now. The community providers that are providing assessments, our community standard is 48 hours within calling Hawk and being scheduled for an assessment. So they are working very hard by moving around internal staff to be able to take on additional assessments and caseloads.
What do you think that time frame will be estimated?
I couldn't give that time frame, and that I don't know the internal operations and what it takes in order to really build that capacity with their staff. That when we last met at one of our committee meetings, it was reported out that it would be within a couple of weeks that they hope to be down to the 48-hour period. That means catching up on all the folks that are scheduled in advance, and then also making availability in their schedules to schedule folks sooner. So they are working actively on that.
And how long ago was that meeting?
The coordinated entry meeting was 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And they said about 2 weeks until they can kind of configure when they can minimize the intake time.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent, excellent. Do we have anybody else on this particular item? Commissioner Labar, did you already go on this one? You already did. So before I get to round two, anybody that didn't speak yet, I'm gonna give it to Commissioner Labar, then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Robbie. All right.
So I will vote for this tonight. I think what I see happening is we have brought several issues to administration with essentially a request to help us solve this. And I think from a tactical perspective, there's been a lot of work put in to do that, and I think this accomplishes it. I think there's a tension that I'm feeling today, especially just because there was an initial advisory committee meeting related to continuum of care and the Housing Alliance. I know there's a tension that exists between the input we get from the community and the provider network, who are obviously very focused on whatever sets of issues they are very focused on, and the sort of general needs, drinking from a fire hose, that county government has to do. So I don't know the answer to that, other than I think this will need more additional thought in terms of how we do this, because if I'm hearing the numbers correctly, if we drop from 50 down to 34, we're talking 20,000 a family on an aggregate basis. And that does solve an immediate human need. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know how that's sustainable. And I think it puts staff in the position where we come back and say, please solve this issue, come up with an idea. By the way, we don't have additional resources, but we do have additional problems. That's an impossible thing to be handed. So Chair, I've said my piece. I will try and be as helpful as I can, both at the table and in other spaces, to try and work on this.
You always are.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the last thought that I have is, I think we've had a lot of discussion today about this issue. And I would love to see at our next meeting a more fleshed out proposal that includes other options beyond just indefinitely housing the families in a hotel. I know our next meeting isn't for another month, so this is a stopgap for the next month. But I really do not think that we should close out the year like this. And I think we need to have maybe a more cost-effective strategy that could be more, that could be frankly better for the residents that we're helping, for how we treat this type of an issue in the future. And I really think that, what I was saying earlier, what Commissioner Labar just said about kind of the cost per family, and you break that out, I was just pulled up, rents in the county, and you could literally probably rent at market rate for folks. And I feel like that would be I would rather live in an apartment with my family than in a hotel. And so I think it's just important for us to consider that. So maybe, I don't know if that's something we can consider.
I think it's something that we've talked about, but I can certainly work with the team and look more into it.
Yeah, I'm happy to vote for this tonight as an immediate stopgap, but I think I just want to see something more.
I hear you. Administrator Dill, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the commissioners to consider taking action on this item this evening with an understanding. I've heard loud and clear this evening that there's an expectation that we have something different to recommend to you all at our next meeting, which gives us a month to fine tune what we want to present to you all. So if that's okay with you all, that's how I'd like for this to move forward.
Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found the discussion tonight to be very informative. And I very much appreciate the questions that have been asked in the discussion and the input from staff and during the public comment on that item as well, their public hearing. I found my thoughts evolving as the discussion has gone on tonight. And I do think I'm going to support the item to get this through tonight with the idea that this is not our permanent strategy, that we will come up with something else. I do have a couple of background questions if I could ask. And I apologize that this has come up elsewhere before and been answered, but I want to ask them again. The 100 families that we were working with, that you were working with over the winter, did all of those 100 come through Hawk, or were they from other sources?
Yes, all 100 had to come through Hawk in order to get access.
And when you are looking for resources, for instance, for the 34 remaining, are you looking only at Washtenaw County resources, or are you looking outside of the county as well?
So we are charging the case managers to look both outside of the county and internal to the county. In some cases, could be what we call diversion, and that's sending the family based on what their wants are and needs back to wherever they might have moved here from. Say they've only been here a year or so, and they say, I'd like to go back to, that's where my family is. In other cases, it could be securing more affordable housing for them outside of Washtenaw County. It's important that folks are housed where community is, and that when we think about social determinants of health, housing is one, but also having a really supportive community is another. So those are the two focuses we keep in mind in housing folks.
Okay. Yeah, I've been grappling with the idea of building or buying or owning housing as a governmental entity. I know that these are very difficult projects. I've said before, I've had experience trying to build an affordable housing project through my day job that did not come to fruition because of financing problems. I mean, these are incredibly hard projects to bring online. But I look forward to what the administration and the 9 of us can bring forward and with staff to come up with building the housing stock. And I guess the last question again, for me, the definition of affordable, that probably means something different in our county versus other counties. Are we using a standard to determine what affordable is? And I imagine your answer is going to be some form of this particular index, but what does that mean in actual dollars and cents?
So affordability is based on family size. It is based on an index. So that is a really nuanced and hard question to ask because our state federal funds really prioritize folks that are 30% AMI. So based on their family size, that could be anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000 a month, for instance. We do see more often, especially in Washtenaw County, that even when folks are within a certain AMI range, they still can't afford the housing. So folks are often in our housing programs, enter into leases in order to be housed, in order to use the resources, but then can't sustain that housing because the housing costs more than what they actually make. So they're housing burdened.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Anybody else before I hit Commissioner Robbie for round 3? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm only continuing to ask questions because Ashley thought we'd be done with the meeting at 9:15.
Well, don't let don't blame it on Ashley now because
No,
there's
I'm
a bunch
not.
of
I
other
won't.
things you could ask.
No, I promise. I actually do have other questions on other things, but I do have a serious question. This isn't just to rub it in. But the question I have is this $700,000 that we're voting on today is for the 34 families. I know based on some of the comments we had earlier and based on just general common sense, there are a lot of homeless families in Washtenaw County that are not this 34 families. How did we determine? I guess we're like kind of, yeah, so like we're providing services to some people, but we're not providing services to everybody. How do we determine that? Like, I guess this is sort of as the months go by, kind of, it's been happening. Do you get my question? Okay.
Yes, please. Okay. The families that are receiving this emergency sheltering and the subsequent direct assistance and other resources in the event that you all vote this evening are families that are left from the March community engagement, board engagement, system engagement from the emergency family sheltering program over the winter. The county, the board, our residents did not want to put families that the county was sheltering out into the street. That is how come these families are families that are receiving services through this allocation, so that there can be resolution and support for these families. So that's how we ended up here. That's how these are the families that are receiving the services allocated from this funding.
Okay. I remember when that conversation was happening and appreciate that at the time when there was still inclement weather anticipated, that we did not, you know, turn the families away. And I think it's just, I guess, worth considering as a board. Again, we're putting a lot of stuff out in the ether today, but worth considering that, as again, as was said, there are a lot of families experiencing homelessness that we're not caring for currently in the same way. So something to consider for our next board meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Anybody else got anything on this one? Keeping in mind, there are a number of other items that we are voting on. I'm seeing none. Thank you both for answering many questions and listening to many comments. Other questions or comments about any of the other resolutions? Feeling good, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you. I have a question about B, the Portage and Baseline Lake Level District.
Lucky us, we have our Water Resources Commissioner here. Evan, come on down.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, staff.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Mr. Pratt. Obviously a very important dam, not only located on the Portage chain, but sits on the water source for the city of Ann Arbor, ultimately, as that water comes down the river. Curious, what has been found there has been, I think, a level of degradation of the dam that was beyond what was normally anticipated, from what I'm gathering. But trying to get an idea around what the timeline might be for what I read is a significant repair. Is this something that would be years in the making or months in the making? And could you help me understand the timeline?
Yeah, right now we're thinking in terms of months. We don't have a list that I feel is complete enough to say when will be done or how much things are going to cost, which is always frustrating for people. But we are leaning into it. I can say right now, though, again, on the month's time frame, I think within a month or two, we'll have things fully stabilized so that we'll have the opportunity for people to be able to do a more in-depth inspection to help create that good task list, so we can do a better job of when are we going to get done. You know, you got to know all the things you need to do before you can figure out when you're going to get done and what it's going to cost. But the key is to be able to secure that a little bit so we're better able to operate it. That really involves, you've got gates that slide up and down. And the way that those typically are done on most dams is you actually put boards in just upstream of the gates. There's always some slots to put actual just wooden boards. These are, I believe, 2x10s that we use. We've got to strengthen what we've got out there so that it's a little safer for a working environment. And again, we anticipate within the next month or two, we'll get to that point. That's kind of a short-term repair slash inspection to make it a little bit safer to look at things. At that time, we'll determine if there's anything else that we can do in the real quick short term that's necessary to shore things up if we see anything that is a safety concern. I'll say more for the folks working on the dam than for anybody upstream or downstream. And then The full repair of the dam will involve replacing, we have 5 of these gates that slide up and down. The purpose of the dam is actually to control the lake levels in Portage and Baseline Lakes. Sometimes people call it Base Lake, not Baseline. Either way, the purpose is to maintain those lake levels. Most dams actually don't really hold back or provide any storm protection. You know, when it rains, you simply are looking to pass the water over. So you can picture when it rains extremely hard, we typically will have to open up more than just 1 or 2 of these 5 gates. And that's our issue, is it's a little harder for us to manage things when the wetter weather. So the situation is these gates were removed and sandblasted and painted about 15 years ago, and they've just kind of reached what we call full depreciation. They're going to need a full replacement. I still believe that's in the time frame of several months to have that work done, to have those gates removed and replaced, and that would be the permanent repair. So I don't see it as weeks. And as long as we're in the public setting, I just want to say for this group, what our picture is, we want to stabilize things in the short term, do a further inspection, you know, in a safer conditions, be able to get our plan of attack together, and hopefully again, in a time frame of 2 to 4 months, we'd be able to at least have a public meeting to let the residents on the lakes know who are affected, offer them the opportunity by first class mailing to attend a public meeting, probably at the Portage Lake Yacht Club, and talk about, here's what we need to fix. Here's what we know about potential timeframes. Here's what we know about potential costs at that time. I don't think we'll have anything final, but at least to give some people an idea of, when we say months, are we talking about spring of next year, winter of this year, or that type of thing? So a little bit of a long answer, but we're kind of in the, I think there's more things we know than we don't know at this point, fortunately, but there's still a lot of things we don't know.
You know, Commissioner Light and I have discussed this issue as well. It's actually in her district.
Yep.
Now with the change in lines, but it is true to say that the cost of the project would be paid for by residents around the impacted lakes. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. Almost all lake level controls have some form of special assessment funding for them. That is entirely up to the property owners. And I mentioned the whole purpose of this dam when it went in was, you know, I'll just say for the ability to stabilize those lakes, maybe for development. We do have photos on file that are interesting, that back in the 50s and prior, there's a bridge on McGregor Road, and they used to stack, it looks like maybe railroad ties on the upstream side of that bridge every year in the springtime to make it so they could have a lake there. But clearly those are the folks who benefit. That's where the special assessment goes. We do not have all the information from Livingston County because, as you may know, both of these lakes are along the county line. I believe the majority of the property owners are in Washtenaw. About a little more than a third of folks, a little less than 40% are in Livingston. We're still getting a roll, but I think it's around 825, 840 property owners plus or minus. So the costs are spread broadly. The bottom line is all of these parcels paid for that dam to be built initially. So it was certainly affordable, you know, where it made sense to people at the time to build the dam from scratch. We're doing a major overhaul, but certainly substantially less than it would take to build a brand new dam.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie, did Commissioner Maciejewski's question cover your question, or you got another one? Okay, well, we're doing the dam one right now. Okay. Please ask all your dam questions right now about the dam.
I just wanted to be on the record that the Commissioner
Yeah.
Robbie had no damn questions is what I.
Let the record reflect that. Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, thank you, Water Resources Commissioner. Okay. Now I will call on Commissioner Robbie about a different thing.
Thank you. I will say that I am about to reach full depreciation myself for this meeting, but you're welcome, Evan. Okay, so my question was on the children's services. I know Kevin, I already talked to you a little bit about this, but specifically around what the money is being used for, specifically around the day treatment program. My understanding was that the wave component of this in particular and I'm reading in the cover memo, it speaks to about $600,000. It's going to the day treatment program. Can you help me to understand, based on how this is worded, it makes it sound like part of this is going to fund the educational component of it. And I'm just trying to understand what that $600,000 is funding within the day treatment program.
Come on down. Your turn at the podium.
Hello. The $600,000 is funding the whole program. It's not funding the educational component. The educational component is the kids, they attend school at a program called WAVE. And so basically it's covering the salaries and all of the pieces that make the program up. So there's no piece of that, although the kids do go to school to WAVE, there's no piece of that that is going to the school provider. The school provider collects money from the school foundation allowance during count day.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I do have further questions for you as we discussed on WAVE and the outcomes of having the children that are going through this program attend, virtual education, or at least as you indicated to me, they have some in person, some virtual. And I would like to understand what the outcomes look like and how it compares to in-person education. I do have general concerns, and I would like to better understand what WAVE is. I still haven't gotten a great explanation, so look forward to having more conversations with you on that.
Sorry, I hate to jump in, but you've asked questions about WAVE before, and I mean, WAVE is not a your thing, right? So maybe it would be helpful for us to have WAVE come
I
to a
think that would
working
be very
session.
helpful, and
Yeah.
I think I had mentioned that last time too, but I talked to Kevin earlier, and I think we're gonna try to put a meeting together, at least for me, if you want it to be a board discussion.
Anybody else want to hear from WAVE? There's a lot of love for WAVE around the table. If it pleases Commissioner Somerville, maybe Ashley, can we try to get WAVE on the agenda? Thank you. We will get Commissioner Robbie's WAVE questions answered in the future.
Thank you. I have no further questions. All I wanted to know was whether that money would be spent for the education component. You've answered that. Thank you, Kevin. I did ask you that before and you answered it already, but then I read the memo again and the way that it was worded confused me. So thank you for re-answering my question.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anybody else have questions for Kevin before he gets away from the podium? Better go fast. Good, get out of here. Go. Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments about any other items? Before I call on Commissioner Robbie, I'm gonna give someone else an opportunity. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. One last question on the Eastside Community Center. Just triple checking. I didn't see it in the resolution, but this does not, the YMCA will not be involved in this negotiation.
It is only the purchasing agreement to purchase the property. There is nothing else. None of the stuff you're worried about is in there.
Thank you.
It's just the
So it's
purchasing
just the administrator negotiating with the schools on the purchase agreement.
agreement.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I'm just confirming.
You want to say anything? Nope, it has been said. Okay, anything else from anybody else? Excellent. Very excited to get the purchasing agreement done with YCS. We are about to vote now, Bryce. It's a roll call vote. Let's do it.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. Excellent. Bryce, you're not in the frame very well. You need to try to get in the frame better. Yeah. Just, I want you to be in the frame. That was like the back of the computer was in the frame there. There you go. Well, you're in the frame now. Okay, excellent. Report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, I would like to just take a moment to introduce formally to the community our new Executive Director of HR, Guillermo Hernandez. He is in the back. Guillermo, could you, if you don't mind, coming up to the podium and introducing yourself? He comes to us with great credentials. We moved through the process, and he was certainly the choice for a unanimous choice for the selection committee. and I'm happy to introduce Guillermo Hernandez.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, commissioners. Yeah, my name is Guillermo Hernandez. I have 17 years of experience in HR, working for the automotive industry. During my experience, I have had the privilege to lead teams in different countries, including the USA, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, and China. And I'm focusing on talent management and change management. And I am thrilled to apply my experience to serve the Washtenaw County. And I am looking forward to start working with all of you to achieve our strategic goals. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
What's going on? Commissioner Robbie.
It's 10:04. You sure you still want to work here?
Of course. Yes, I do.
Yeah, yes, he does. And we're happy to have him.
I did ask him that question. I did ask him that question at the break. But he's here. This is day 2. He's really stepped in with both feet and really is making some headway. And I'm just so grateful to have him on board. I think he'll yield tremendous benefits to our organization. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You got anything else?
That concludes my report.
Okay, excellent. I'm not going to keep people here too long for my report, but if you will indulge me briefly on it, Michelle's been taking a look at some of the literature that I brought back from the NACO conference that I think was a very informative time. When you go to a conference like the one that we went to, I don't always think the most educational period is in the vendor exhibit hall, but I think that's where I learned the most and had some of the best interactions with many of the vendors and learned about potential tools that we might want to bring back to the county. Also beat one of the vendors at Connect 4, which, good for me. So a couple of things here, I'm not going to name the specific thing, but just to give you broad strokes and some of the things that we learned about. There were a number of online platforms that I think could be really helpful with strategic planning and constituent outreach that I got a bunch of stuff here that we'll talk to the team about looking into, as well as looking into comparable services. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Somerville. In addition to that, there was, let's see, you remember this one, Commissioner Sanders, which would be a really interesting tool that we could use around having kiosks in 24-hour spaces to look at the number of available beds when we're trying to get people housed. So there's a lot of really interesting things that we looked at. I also wanted to draw attention to these books that I got, which is pretty cool, related to GIS. So we have a really good GIS team here, and they were giving out these books about different things we can do with GIS. This one's Building a Smarter Community, Applying GIS to State and Local Government. That was a good book. I didn't read it yet, but it seems like it's pretty good. This one's Measuring Up, a Business Case for GIS. And this uses the same GIS platform we have. So, we can talk to the team about a variety of the GIS tools that we have at our disposal. This one's GIS for county government specifically. There was some conversation that we had about the water. That Administrator Dill, he knows what I'm talking about. It's a tool to make rainwater drinkable using the sun and other things, different strokes for different folks. Some people didn't really like the taste of that water. I thought it was really interesting. So yes, Administrator Dill.
I just want to be clear with the commissioners. I feel a certain way about being forced to drink that water and the long-term impacts of that water. So I will keep you all posted.
To be clear, he waited for me to drink the water first to finish drinking the water before he even took a sip of it. I drank another glass of the water the next day. What would probably be of the most interest to people, we toured a tiny home community called Community First. They have 2 lots, both of them are about 27 acres. It's permanent supportive housing. And it's a bigger place than Washtenaw County, so there was a lot more funds involved. But it was largely for people that needed permanent supportive housing, with the average age, I think, of the residents being 59 years old, and many people stay there for the rest of their lives. That was a really interesting tiny home community to take a look at. One of the reasons being that they have a number of homes that were 3D printed. So in addition to having many tiny homes, they also had community centers on campus. They also had an employment sort of center where people could work on different job skills, and also a maker space where they could create art and sell it. And at that particular place, many of the people that live in that tiny home community make jewelry for Kendra Scott. If people are familiar with Kendra Scott, I'm seeing some nods in the audience. And so that's been a stable source of income for many people. There was another, and we could probably share pictures of this with people. This is a modular, it's like a temporary shelter that we could create for people that's, fairly inexpensive relative to what we just had a long conversation about what we're spending on hoteling, but a way to set up modular homes for people I thought was pretty interesting. I got the product catalog here that we could take a look at some point. That's a decent enough summary unless Commissioners Sander or Light or Administrator Dill want to add anything. I know people also are ready to get home. I just feel like we get to the report of the chair and everybody's tired, so I don't go as long as I could, but go ahead.
Just one additional add. One of my other takeaways is never go to a conference with commissioners. So I am just kidding. It's been a long day.
You want to add anything?
Just that this is probably one of the few conferences that I've been to where I actually felt like we got a lot out of our attendance, and the housing was especially exciting for me, even though it was literally over 100 degrees.
You have to add on to that part. So
going on.
you, Commissioner Sanders, really wanted to go to this, what I thought was a bus tour that she got me walking around 105-degree heat, and you didn't walk around in it.
Because they said 15 minutes, and then when we got there, they said an hour, and that was just some foolishness. But the community itself, I just thought was perfect. If I could have just, waved a wand and brought it here. It offered people an opportunity to live in a space that was anywhere between, 150 square feet to 500 square feet, and have some dignity and have their individual units individualized. And all of that sort of came with it. So I'm really looking forward to being able to share more information about that, but also the temporary pop-up housing. I was just over the moon about that. I mean, just the ability to give people a space to be able to lay their heads down and be comforted and warm, and they even had air conditioning units. So I feel like between those two, not that it's a be all to end all, but if we can't find some sort of solutions out of that, I don't know what we're gonna do.
It seemed like two very realistic alternatives to some of the challenges between the tiny home community and then the modular home. Yeah. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yes, I was just gonna say, with the housing, it's more of an instant gratification, and I'm all about it, so we can get our county housed. And if I'm just looking forward to everyone taking these ideas that I feel that we should move forward with, so we can get individuals housed, and as Commissioner Sanders said, with dignity. And so I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to that also bringing revenue to our county by utilizing our unions and laborers and skilled trades within our county. So I just think that that the conference was a great asset to us, and it's going to build our community even more better than it is.
So I'm going to send an email out with pictures that we took of the tiny home community and the modular homes, and then along with the websites related to those. The tiny home community has a really good YouTube video too. That's the end of that. And I hope, more people will go to the NACO conference. That was the first time I'd gone. And I thought it was very helpful. So, all right. Items for current and future discussion. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment because we had a major power outage this last week, and believe many of us lost power. And this is the second major power outage that we've had this year. And obviously this board took action, I believe it was in March, to do a number of different things, including exploring the possibility of creating our own public utility, exploring the possibility of asking for some DTE individuals of any kind to appear before the board And I think the third thing that we put on the resolution was to have to explore the possibility of the county itself entering into a rate case or participating in a rate case. And I don't believe that we've done that to date. I know that the city of Ann Arbor actually did participate. The fire chief, I believe, testified before the Michigan Public Service Commission. And I do believe that not only is it appropriate, but it's it's within our legal scope. It's within state law that the counties in the state can initiate or be participatory in these rate cases. And so I know that our legal counsel was exploring some of these options, and I was hoping that we could get an update tonight on where that stands and what the path forward is. And the last thing that I'll say is, I think the residents, at least in my district, are in a state of complete outrage, as they should be. What I have said and will continue to say is that we do not have to live like this. This is untenable. It is unacceptable for DTE to be able to continue the way that they are and extract profits from us and not provide services. And we, as elected officials and as an elected board, have to do something to hold them accountable. And I believe that we have plenty of tools in our toolbox to do so, to prevent the next major outage.
All right, I believe Corporation Counsel has shared with you the outcome of what you asked to have be looked into before. I don't know if it's like you have something right now you could share that's like digestible with not much legalese, or do you want to do that next time?
I can provide a general update for the board. We did have an opinion done by outside counsel who works in these matters regularly, and the opinion, the answer was gray because there's a number of statutes in Michigan's framework that don't really talk to each other. They don't complement each other. They're very different. They have different definitions of things. And the long and the short of it was unclear. There's also a lack of case law to guide us. And there's also just a lack of examples where we have counties running public utilities. So council's advice was to just be cautious with moving forward on any sort of public utility initiatives. Doesn't mean we can't explore it further, talk to more experts and get more options on the table. It was just maybe a little challenging. And then in terms of the subpoena power for the CEOs of the power companies, the chair of the board has that authority. The chair can subpoena individuals to come to testify before the board on matters that the board has jurisdiction over.
That almost sounds like a kind of gray answer too, though.
Potentially.
Because, the follow-up question is going to say, well, Chair, will you just subpoena CEO X, Y, and Z? And then you're going to say, when I ask you, can I do that? You're going to be like, I don't know, or no. Go ahead.
My understanding, and thank you for walking through your memo. I did review it, but I didn't know. I wanted it to be publicly available because I've gotten several media inquiries and I've been vague. And so I didn't know what was shareable and what was not. So thank you for breaking that down. My understanding from your memo is that the subpoena, that the chair has the subpoena powers, and that's pretty much unquestioned. But what is a gray area is what is the enforcement mechanism to enforce those subpoena powers. So there's not necessarily anything stopping the chair from issuing the subpoena, but there may not be any way to enforce it, is what my understanding of what either you
Correct.
or outside counsel created. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner, correct. The subpoena powers that are generally associated with courts, the power to hold someone in contempt or compel their attendance if they refuse to comply with a subpoena. It's very clearly articulated in the statutes, and it's not so very clearly articulated when it comes to the county's authority to do that. So while we have the subpoena power, we may not have the power to hold someone accountable for failure to appear.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I guess, appreciate you, Corp Counsel, for, breaking that all down. I guess the things that I, distilled from what you said are, it's not a no on doing a countywide municipal utility. It's a gray area, but it's not a no. We can continue to explore it. I would love for that to happen. On the subpoena, Chair, my opinion is, I don't think there's any harm in you issuing the subpoena. Even if we don't have an enforcement mechanism, I think it's important to demonstrate to our community that we are taking this seriously and that we want to hold the executives accountable. So we can have further discussions. I know the hour is late, but I just wanted to share that opinion with you, at least at this time. And then, did you have anything else in that Corp Counsel wanted to share about the ability for us to intervene in rate cases?
We certainly do, and I have been working with Andrew on that. And
There are several outside organizations that do a lot of this type of work, and we may be able to partner with them to do a lot of the legal work that we can then back.
yes,
Andrew looks like he wants to say something.
Okay, there we go.
I do, despite the hour. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair. In terms of our ability to intervene in MPSC cases, we have done that in the past, but through our membership in a group called My Maui. It's the municipal I'm going to get the org, but it's local governments who have interest before the Public Service Commission. So the executive director of that group is Rick Bunch, a Washtenaw County resident and very well informed, and they have taken testimony from our county administrator and from our Parks Department and from others in the past and compiled that with the cases and the petitions that they brought. Our interests have been represented as a part of their cases. And so Ann Arbor has been within those cases and beyond those cases in the past. That's been the primary venue in the past. The county's been a member of that group probably for 6 to 7 years at this point, and we can provide more of a report if anyone's interested. Certainly not the only option, but that's the option that we have been using up until this point.
Go ahead.
To that, I would love to see the county more engaged directly in MPSC cases. Maybe worth meeting with the partner organization that we have and seeing, what their strategy is, and if we can create like supporting, that's independent from what they're doing. Obviously, we're doing it with them, but doing something independently to put the county as part of that case too, I think would be really helpful. But I'm fine with us doing it in coordination. Would be happy to work with you more, but yeah, I just want us to be more involved. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Beaman.
Oh, I had a question about his thing.
Okay, go.
Is that okay? Is it
Mine's
his
related.
too?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay, you
yeah.
go first.
Mine is just, have we even invited them before we subpoena?
See, that's what I was thinking, right? Like I'm thinking that I would like to diplomatically and kindly ask that we have, how about a government relations person from DTE come and give a report either under the administrator's report or under my report before we issue an unenforceable subpoena. Seems like I know you want to see the flex, but it seems like a weird flex. Like, why would we could talk more about it, but like issuing an unenforceable subpoena just seems weird when we haven't even really tried the, diplomatic way yet. But Commissioner Beaman has the floor.
I just want to also expand upon that because it's not simply DTE. Consumers Energy
It's an issue
serves
too,
a
yeah.
big portion of my district, including my home, which was out without power. So I don't want to just pick on one company.
Yeah. Well, I know Commissioner Robbie was about to try to, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
I have a question for my colleagues. How many of you lost power in that last storm?
Oh, I got lucky this time.
Okay, so the majority of us lost power. I mean, mine was out for 50 hours. How many of you guys had to throw out food? Okay, less than a majority of us this time. I had to throw out all my food, 4 hefty bags full. And when I tried to think about putting a claim into DTE, they want my insurance information. So they want to even push off the responsibility even more and bill my homeowner's insurance for something that they can't take care of themselves because they admit memo after memo that they don't invest in the infrastructure to increase the profits on the end zone. So whatever we can do to get some answers from people at this board table, for those of us at the table and those we represent, I'm for.
All right. Administrator Dilly, trying to jump in there.
Yeah, I will say to the board, I will have a ask of our two municipalities, but it's getting late, I'm sorry. DTE and consumers, I'll ask for their presence at our next meeting, and I'll have that communication out by
I'll work with you
by
on
the
it, too.
close of business on Friday.
It's time.
Well, I think it should come from the administrator first, and then you guys can do take the appropriate steps afterwards. So I will have that for you guys by the close of business on Friday.
And I'm not totally opposed to issuing the subpoena. I just think we should try this route first before that. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I'm okay with that. That sounds fine to me. I would say two things. One, our meetings are publicly posted. They know when they occur. They could show up at any time. We've had plenty of concerns and complaints over the months and they haven't showed up. It's the first thing. The second thing, like I said, I think that's the right approach probably for you to take, is to invite them to come to the meeting. I, however, would ask that we invite, in addition to just a government relations, in addition to a government relations person, we should invite their executives. And I agree with Commissioner Beaman, it has to be both utilities. We should invite their executives to attend. They won't. There's no scenario in which that'll happen, but we should invite them. And if they don't respond to that invitation, I would say that I would like to have an opportunity to ask questions directly to the executive officers of both corporations. And if they do not respond to a polite invitation, I will at that point, in a hypothetical world, ask you again if you would be willing to issue a subpoena. So, but I agree. In the meantime, let's ask them. Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. That makes sense. So
Thank you.
I'm good with that.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad we have some level of agreement on the strategy. And I know, DTE is watching right now. They're watching this conversation. So, hey, Commissioner Light, go ahead.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Whoa, okay. I vote, is there a second? Well, I guess there are no pending items, so I guess all in favor.